That's gonna do numbers, Rudy. You gotta tweet
Yeah,
that.
I know. I'll tweet it on my personal.
That's perfect.
It's gonna do numbers.
But yes, we're live. 3 viewers. Hello to our 3 viewers. So,
There we go.
That's plenty.
yeah.
That's all we need. I'm one of them.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think Scott's probably one of them. But,
Hey, I'm logging in.
so,
Well, we got a decent first slate of games here.
yeah.
Some fun teams.
Hey, I'm logging in.
The Yanks, obviously. Pirates O's is honestly, that's probably one of those rare instances where that's a better spring training game than it is a regular season game.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay, Minnesota is nice. Yeah, not a bad little slate here.
Red Sox, Braves.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a nice one. I'm probably going to be watching that one first. And
Tampa
foremost.
Bay's always fun. Tampa's fun because you know that even though they're people you've never heard of, that if they got called up at some point in the year, they do amazing.
Yeah.
They just
Just
have the magic dust though down there.
Yeah, they always seem to find the players. That's for dang sure.
Yes, the relievers especially. I got a stable of guys.
Yeah, no kidding. The more I look at Tampa's roster this entire offseason, I've been like, yeah, they just have no offense now. And then I'm looking at the roster, and I'm like, man, they still do. Like, they'll be fine. It's
Such a weird team. They're like the Oakland A's the last couple of years in the sense. It's just impossible to predict how, like where they're gonna finish. Like they could win 98 games and I would not be surprised, or they could win 78 games and I would not be surprised. Like it's just absolutely impossible.
yeah.
Feels like the Red Sox from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I like that comparison for sure. The honestly, kind of. I mean, they still don't have pitching, but a little bit like the Red Sox now. People, it's kind of hard to figure. I don't think they have the ceiling the Rays do, but I think they're kind of hard to predict as well, just because of how rough of a year they had last year.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and it's crazy because it's like, you think they had that down season last year with all their offensive pieces, but most of their offensive pieces also weren't really there last year so much. I mean, like JD Martinez was awful. Rafael Devers was like league average offensively pretty much. So, with their offense just being closer to their ceilings than what they were last year, the Red Sox are immediately a lot better.
For sure. Yeah. It's just it also doesn't help the Rays or the Red Sox, no matter who we're talking about. It doesn't help that that division is just as solid as it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Outside of the Orioles. only team Fangraphs give a 0% chance to make the playoffs.
They need a shortened season. That's what they need.
Right.
Get that percentage back up.
Yes, absolutely. And it's funny, it's everybody was like, oh, like how do they have a 0%, but the Pirates and Rockies and Tigers all have like high, and it's like you got to look at the other 4 teams in the division. Like the NL Central's a joke. Like the Pirates are the worst team in baseball. I absolutely think they have a better chance to make the playoffs than the Orioles. Like they're not in, the AL East is insane.
Yeah.
Now. So it's, without looking at the rest of the division, it might seem weird, but really it's not.
Yeah, well,
So if the post,
go ahead. Sorry.
if the postseason had 28 teams in it this year,
What 2 teams don't make it?
I mean, how do the Orioles and the Pirates and the Mariners still all miss the playoffs? That's what I don't know.
Yeah, shoot. Who's the Dodgers AAA? They'd make it over all those 3 teams.
That's honestly you got a legitimate case there, I feel like.
Yeah, that's that's crazy. Oh, I'm trying to think.
Also, the Dodgers having like a 98% chance is wild. I don't know if I've in recent memory if I've seen a team that's again not in that bad of a division. Like I mean, the Padres alone make that division competitive, and they have a like 90. They gave them a 98% chance to make the playoffs. That's wild.
Well, and that's the other thing too
It's
is like
bonkers.
I think it was 97 or 96.8 or 97.8 something like that for the Dodgers playoff odds. And we talked about it on the live Q&A one week. We're like, is it even possible that whatever 2-3% scenario where the Dodgers don't make the playoffs ever happens? Like
Right. Like it would have to be obviously that would mean the Padres are winning the division, and then
two NL East teams.
right,
Like-
yeah,
like,
it would have to be two
I don't
NL
see a
East
scenario
teams.
where there's a single NL Central team with a better record than the Dodgers.
Unless there's a belief that unless there's a belief that no, there's
No.
just no way. I
No.
was gonna say like that the Giants somehow did something,
No.
but there's just no way. There's no way.
Like,
That's got to be like an injury buffer. It's got to be like 2% or something.
yeah.
Like everyone on their team just ends up on the IL halfway through the year. But even then,
It's
like,
just like I cannot come up with a second
like
wild card
they have
team.
Gavin Lux on their bench. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't even think it matters.
Like I cannot come up with a second team in the NL. You know, I could hypothetically understand where the Braves and the Mets both end up with a better record than the Dodgers if a lot goes wrong for the Dodgers. But I cannot come up with a second team in the National League that would also like beat the Dodgers for the second wild card spot.
Right. Right. You're not only having the Padres win the division, then you have to find two other teams in the NL to have a better record than, or non-division winner teams in the NL to have a better record than them, which you can just eliminate the entire NL Central from
Right.
that possibility. And then you're stuck. Yeah, it's wild, man. They're unreal. That's an unreal team. And to an extent, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and the NL Central though, it's like set up, man. If anybody would have just done anything this offseason,
Right.
I mean, there's a 100-win team sitting there. All I had to do is make a couple moves and then play 76 games within your division.
That could be
For real.
That could be the single biggest what if of this era of the Cubs, I think. Because I think the Cubs very easily could have said, you know, we're looking at a lot of our players are in their last year of team control, and we are looking at possibly the easiest NL Central division we will ever see. And you could argue that there's a big what if sitting there of what if they had just bought in, you know, kept Darvish and I don't know. I mean, I can't say with confidence what they should have done from there, but they, you know, find some pitching in the free agent market, come up with something, some way, and just make yourself a clear favorite in the division. And honestly, I think as a fan, I might have been pretty satisfied with that, even if it meant, you know, not quite having the same amount of talent in the. I mean, like realistically, how much worse do you leave yourselves off after 2021 as the Cubs if you just keep Yu Darvish and sign a couple more short-term free agents?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not that bad. No.
I mean, what you're
Right. And it's just so
you're left without the four
so wild.
17-year-olds that the Cubs have in their farm system now from the Darvish trade. Like,
Yep.
I don't know.
It's just bonkers.
And like the other thing about the NL Central is like if there were more teams that were bad enough, I could also see a team like the Cardinals having enough things go right to differentiate themselves. But all four of the Cardinals, Cubs, Reds, and Brewers are like good enough to spoil it for everyone else, but not bad and like, you know what I'm saying? Like if the Reds had a clear
For
flaw
sure.
and just fell apart, it would be easier to see two NL Central teams coming out and having like legitimate seasons. But it doesn't look like any team in the division aside from the Pirates is going to actually fall apart and open the door for anyone else.
Just a bunch of 500 teams
Yeah.
in the Pirates.
right.
That's what it,
exactly.
that's what it feels like.
Like,
I mean,
It is
just-
for real. That's why the over-unders for that whole division are so fascinating, right? Like the site is doing like the over-under predictions for every team, and the NL Centrals is so difficult because like they're all just so unbelievably impressively mediocre that like it's hard to say. And they all, obviously you're playing against each other most of the year. Like it's so hard to predict that the over-unders for that division are so difficult.
Yeah, well, and like having, I was on all of those, and we've already taken a lot of flack for the Cardinals one because two of us went under on the Cardinals, which I've since, thought about a lot more, and really you could just as easily make the case to go over, but like I still feel like the Cardinals are the most top-heavy team in the division, probably. They're certainly up there.
I'd say that's probably safe.
Altuve
sure.
triple off of Wainwright.
Oh.
Ooh. I love to see hits off Waino.
Waino turns 40 this year.
Yeah.
Man, that's so wild. I've hated him for that long. That's crazy.
You've barely been around that long.
He ruined my childhood in 06, so it's been a nonstop trade since then. Him and Yachty, man, jeez.
Right, the fact that they're both back, I couldn't believe how much they're paying Yachty to stay around this year.
I know, like, right? Like, you have to. I don't know. Maybe this is my negative bias getting in the way, but I can't imagine any other team in baseball was going to give him that much AAV.
Exactly.
Like, I can't imagine the market was like, oh, you got to pay him this much or else he's not coming back. Like, I cannot fathom that.
Like, going to your first new team of your career at age 40, there's no way there was an offer that was enough to outweigh whatever the Cardinals could have done at, like, $4 million.
Like, maybe it was like, you're Yachty and we're the Cardinals, so we're just going to, like, toss you a few extra mil kind of thing. But I cannot fathom that that's actually what they needed to pay him to, like, bring him back, and there was other offers on the table that were that much or something.
Yeah, crazy.
I mean, it could be like the Bauer effect, right? Where they're just trying to keep somebody around that helps sell gear, right?
Sure.
Tickets.
That's fair.
I mean, try to maybe keep a claim on him. I mean, he's always, if he makes the Hall of Fame, right? He's going in as a Cardinal, but if he goes in as an only a Cardinal, I think maybe there's a little extra there for the club too.
Sure,
So,
yeah.
I mean, they might be paying up a little bit for, I guess the look. I bet.
Sure. No, that's totally fair. His Hall of Fame case is super interesting. I think to that point, I think actually maybe it's a little too late now, but like if you take his numbers but make him not a career Cardinal, like I think that actually is helping his case. Like the like this guy is the face of the St. Louis Cardinals for 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, sure. I think that actually helps him a lot. And I think there's an argument that his stats alone, if he isn't a career Cardinal, might actually be against him if he played for like 2 or 3 different teams, honestly.
Well, and he immediately opens the door for discussion about so many other catchers. Brian McCann is probably first in line after him if he is a Hall of Famer, but I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff wrapped up in there too, because he, I mean, obviously he built his career on having very good defense as a catcher, and it'll be an interesting. I mean, obviously there's a lot of impending discussion about whether framing is going to remain a part of the game, with umpires potentially becoming more, automated robotic umpires or whatever. There's going to be a very interesting coincidence between when that whole discussion is being had and when a lot of catchers that built their careers off of excellent framing are going to be Hall of Fame candidates.
Right, for sure. Brian Schlosser says he didn't have a better case than Russell Martin or Brian McCann, but he'll still be a Hall of Famer.
Russell
so there you
Martin.
go.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Russell Martin... I'm all in on that. It'll never happen, but I love that. I love the Russell Martin Hall of Fame argument. I love it.
I'm actually like have a little bit of personal bias against Russell Martin, because when I was like 14 and the like all-star voting was happening with the 2014-15 Royals, and Salvador Perez was my favorite player, I got into like a Twitter argument with some guy who was telling me that like Salvador Perez was garbage compared to Russell Martin, and for since then it's just been tough for me to hear Russell Martin a little bit.
young Rudy would not
No.
approve of any Russell Martin
No,
praise.
not
So
having
I think
That's
Jason
funny.
Kendall has a better case even than Russell Martin. does.
Oh,
That's
I
a pull.
love it. I love it.
I
so.
mean, that's yeah.
I love it.
I like Jason Kendall, but
Me too, man.
a lot of
Me too.
offense.
A lot of offense.
Almost what 2,200 career hits.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for
Yeah.
him, man.
2195. Yeah.
Good for him.
Wow, 2007. Jeez, Jason Kendall, 2007 trade deadline acquisition for the Cubs, which means I probably was watching him play at that point. Although I will
Yeah.
say,
Good Brian Hayes.
I was 100% sold on Giovanni Soto as the truth in 2008.
Who wasn't though? You know, like really, like who wasn't? You know, I don't. That's not a you thing.
Sure,
Like who
sure.
wasn't?
Rookies of the years always pan out to
Of
be
course.
the best. Always.
Oh, Brian Hayes down the line. This kid is so electric. I love him so much.
I'm so excited to watch him this year.
What a double! That liner down the line. Good for him. Yeah, I can't. He's literally the only reason to watch
Yeah.
the Pirates. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome watching his career.
For sure, man. He's electric. What were we talking about? I had something to say about Giovanni Soto, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, we were talking about rookies of the year. Yeah, that's the he didn't win rookie of the year, but I think he got third or fourth rookie of the year. The Tigers had Brennan Bosch, who I thought was God, and he was going to be on the Tigers for like my entire life, and he was out of baseball in like 3 years from his rookie year. So
Dang.
Let's see.
Yeah, them rookie of the years are just gambles.
they
You
really are, man.
just can't get out. It can't get enough of a read on somebody that quick. It's just,
Agreed. Also, just the whole thing with pitchers or hitters is just the biggest thing about this sport is adjustments, right? So like once you have a scouting report on you, if that's it, then you're done. Like if you can't adjust when the scouting report makes its way around the league, like you're done, you're toast. So that's the biggest, for pitchers or hitters, that's just the biggest thing, and that obviously carries a lot more weight career wise than just the one season.
Yeah. To that last point, I think Aristides Aquino says hello.
oh yeah, right.
There's a lot, man. There's
Yep.
a lot.
I know. I'm trying to look at. I'm
looking
like.
the other day.
Go ahead.
What did I see? I think it was. So I went on a huge Hideki Matsui binge like 2 days ago. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. But like, I was deep in a Hideki Matsui rabbit hole. Like I was watching YouTube videos and stats and stuff. Like I don't know what it was, but I watched the home run derby they had the year before he came over between him and Bonds in Japan. Like I was very deep into the rabbit hole, and I'm pretty sure he got runner-up rookie of the year in 2003. And I don't remember. I don't even remember who won it, but I'm pretty sure the dude that won it was like out of baseball in like 2 years or 3 years. I think it was a Royal. Who was it, bro?
2003.
I'm gonna have to
Royal?
look it
Yeah,
up.
yeah. On Helberoa.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
there you go. One rookie of the year over Hideki Matsui.
And
On the
Rocco
2003
Baldelli.
Why did anyone?
Oh.
Why did anyone on the 2003 Royals get award votes for anything?
Hey, man, I'm telling you, the 2003 Tigers were so bad. I promise you guys didn't look that bad by comparison, especially in our division.
Fair.
We helped everybody out.
Fair.
Everybody out. That's why Alan Trammell got a Manager of the Year vote in 2003. That's my favorite stat of all time. Alan Trammell won AL Manager of the Year vote, and it wasn't even himself. Beautiful.
I haven't even been watching the games yet.
Oh, man, they're re-showing the Phillip Evans injury last year.
The Giancarlo Stanton double down the line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, his season's going to be super interesting. Is he strictly DH now, or is he going to play some outfield still? Or
got to play some outfield once in a while, I think, right? I mean,
I would imagine.
we got Hicks, Judge, Stanton, you got Gardner, and then Frazier. I mean, you're just one injury away from having to put somebody in there, right?
Right.
So, I suspect that they're going to try to DH him as much as possible. I would, just to get him not to speed down the baselines either. It just seems like every time he hustles.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right though.
Man, I hope for a healthy season because, I mean, what he did in Miami just a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he has that same, he has that same season in Yankee Stadium instead. I mean, what's he hit? Does he hit 70?
Right. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And it's frustrating too because the for him and Judge for that matter, the peripherals are still there.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean? It's literally just injuries. Like the peripherals and the stats when he does play are still there. It's just the inability to play more than like 130 games.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Marcus Stroman is not having a good time in the first inning. They might have rolled the inning.
Man, I like him. I don't know why he gets so much hate. I really like him.
Last I looked, he had a wild pitch that scored the second run of the inning. And I think 1 out.
That's not ideal. That's definitely not how he drew it up.
Not what you want.
Okay, so I'm looking, and I still haven't found the answer yet. But you guys can start thinking about this because I'm about to ask this as a trivia question. I'm going back and looking through Rookie of the Year voting recipients. 2020 was the first year that a St. Louis Cardinal did not receive an NL Rookie of the Year award vote since when?
Oh my gosh. First off, the fact that this is even a question is a ridiculous stat. Okay, so I'm gonna assume.
Okay, I have finally
something.
arrived on the answer.
Okay, the fact that you said finally kind of scares me.
Last year they didn't have
2020
one?
was the first
They
year
didn't get
that they didn't have someone
Since-
get a Rookie of the Year vote.
Wow.
Since when?
I'd say 2004.
You went a little farther back than me, actually. You overshot. That would be incredible.
2000. What? Like, I mean, I'd imagine somebody probably did the World Series year. It's like 2010.
Not 2010. It is actually more recent than 2010.
Okay.
They had
Okay, well, this is a little more feasible, at least, than I originally thought.
in 2010 they had Jaime Garcia, who got 15% of the vote share.
Jeez.
It's not 2012.
Uh,
I'm now cheating, so I think 2012. Kyle Lowe's got some.
Right. Man. Probably what, like 13, 14?
Nope.
Probably one of those then. I
20
can't.
It was
2011.
2011.
Just kidding.
In the World Series year was
The World Series.
so yeah,
Wow.
2011. Who the MV or the Rookie of the Year winner was Craig Kimbrell. The runner-up was Freddie Freeman, and this is 1 year after
Wow.
the Braves had.
Oh, right, that crazy class.
This is
yeah.
1 year after the Braves had Jason Hayward finish second to Buster Posey in Rookie of the Year voting. So
Sure.
in 2 consecutive years, they had a first place Rookie of the Year finisher and 2 second place.
Dang.
Unreal.
But yeah, 2012, like you were saying, the Cardinals had Matt Carpenter got 1 Rookie of the Year vote. 2013, they had, I don't even remember, Shelby Miller got some votes. 2014, Colton Wong was a rookie in 2014, so he got 3rd in voting. 2015 was Stephen Piscotty got 1 vote in 2015.
That's crazy, man. Like, how do you? I mean, obviously part of it just has to do with like being competitive, literally every year. But
Oh, yeah.
because we have Will was on this broadcast last time we did this. Was it Tuesday? And he's a Cardinals fan, and we talked about how in his entire life, the Cardinals have gone under 500 one time since the year he was born.
Yeah, ridiculous.
He's like I think he's 20 or 21, somewhere around there. And yeah, the Cardinals have gone under 500 one time since the year he was born. That's crazy.
Ridiculous. Let's see. Oh yeah, so 2016 they had Aledmus Diaz who got 14 vote points, and they also had Sungwon Oh that got 1 vote. 2017 was Paul DeYoung got second in 2017. 2018 I think was Flaherty, and also Flaherty and Bader, and neither one of them got many votes at all, but they were in there at least. And then 2019 I don't remember who it was either. Oh, Dakota Hudson. So yeah, I mean they've thrown out a rookie of the year, at least vote getter. They've had a rookie every single year since 2011 up until 2020. That was at least in that
crazy.
Conversation.
Almost a decade straight. That's nuts.
Which, like, yeah.
And then honestly, I can't imagine the 2000s are much different. On it, like
as much as I don't want to keep talking about the Cardinals, I do want to go back and look at this.
This is an anti-Cardinals stream.
Officially.
And the Cardinals have only ever had, 6 Rookie of the Years, I believe, is what I'm counting here.
Okay.
So it's been since Albert Pujols in 2001, and then before that, Todd Worrell and Vince Coleman. Worrell was 86 and Coleman in 85.
Wow. That's
the Dodgers have them all, right? It's like all the National League Rookie of the Years belong to the Dodgers.
Yes, definitely.
Ridiculous. I mean, they barely even had what I think Rookie of the Year was 47. 1947 was introduced when Jackie Robinson won.
Yeah, I think it was introduced with Jackie. Yeah.
Yeah, and even the Brooklyn Dodgers have 4 Rookie of the Years, right? And they moved like a decade later.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right? So, yeah.
Wow. So it's Garrett Richards, one of his first times pitching for the Red Sox. He's currently got the bases loaded and 1 out.
Well, that's
good. Bottom
good.
of the first.
Man, I will always just Garrett Richards is a big what if for me.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Didn't he pick up some Rookie of the Year votes when he was what was that, the Angels when he came up?
I think yeah, I'm pretty sure the beginning he started with the Angels. He's bounced around a lot, but I'm pretty sure the beginning was the Angels part of it.
Okay.
We have plenty of Angels people watching the stream that will yell at us if it's not true. So.
Yeah.
Oh, someone almost just got hit in the face, but he got out of the way. Holy cow.
I don't see any Rookie of the Year votes for him. I don't think
Honestly, the injuries might have started off quick, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It might not have taken that long for those to start piling up.
We got a strikeout on d'Arnaud, so they got 2 outs now, and he's at 21 pitches, so they might just roll the inning with the bases loaded here. Oh, yeah, Christian says Garrett Richards also debuted late into seasons, which makes it tough to pick up steam for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
He also says the Stanton hit was 109.4 off the bat.
What?
It's
just an average base hit.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
For that guy.
Didn't he have one that was like 113 on a ground out in 2020?
Ooh. Swing and a drive by Dansby.
Oh, damn.
That's
That's a sleeper MVP.
That's a
right
gapper.
there.
That'll
Dansby
score a few.
Swanson. Swing and a drive gapper. Ridiculous review. Dansby.
1 run, 2. Yeah, 3 runs. Bases clear and double.
Man.
Good for him.
Couldn't happen to a better team.
And And they just
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
what do you guys want to see out of the Albert Pujols goodbye party this year? Do you expect to get like the Derek Jeter goodbyes like they did when Jeter retired?
I'll tell you what, if the Detroit Tigers give him anything, I'm boycotting the thing.
Yeah, I know. I don't think the Angels are due to play the Cubs this year, and I don't mind that.
If we get him anything, I will be fuming. I don't know though. I definitely don't think he gets like Jeter treatment, but I think the second half we might see. It's also just like I don't think the Angels are gonna play him like like the Yankees were like, okay, this is your final year. You're playing as much as possible. Like I don't think the Angels really give a damn. Like I think the Angels are just gonna be like you'll play like maybe 90 games and like you'll be happy.
Well, and
you know what I mean? Like I don't.
2014, the Yankees were kind of not like super in it, so they had the room to give Jeter. But the Angels are ideally not going to be focused on giving Pujols playing time as much as actually winning games.
Yep.
Right.
And the other
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
The other retirement tour that comes to mind is Big Papi, but he was actually good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That as well. Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah, well, he only had like 1,000 OPS in his last year.
Right.
Not bad.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, he might get like before the game on maybe like he'll definitely get a huge one. Do they play the Cardinals this year?
I think so.
No?
No.
Oh, do they?
Well, if I'm saying they won't play the Cubs, then they won't play the Cardinals either.
Right, for sure. So that kind of sucks from their perspective, I guess. But
yeah,
I mean, I'd imagine. I don't know. He might get. He definitely won't get like farewell tour like Kobe Jeter treatment. That's for sure. But it's like I said, man. It's also just hard because he's not gonna play like probably even 100 games. Like he's like. They want to see what they have with Walsh, and obviously, like Rudy alluded to, they're trying to actually be competitive. They're not just like, okay, we're just going to give Pujols all the at-bats and see what he can do. Like, they're trying to actually win games, and I don't think Pujols is really the answer for that. So
well, and it's crazy, too, because it's like, especially with the stories that have come out, like there was at least one story this offseason that seemed to suggest that or like not suggest, it had already been suggested that Pujols was maybe older than people thought, but there was definitely one that seems to be a confirmation of sorts that he's as old as like 44 now.
Yes, definitely when those first started happening, it was kind of like, okay, like whatever, this is said about like any foreign player, this is stupid, but then the kicker for this one was that a report came out that the Angels, before signing him, were apparently told and made aware that he was older than listed or whatever, and they still signed him anyways or something like that. And then it's like, okay, if a front office has to know about it, like that might hold a little bit more weight than a normal just like, hey, every foreigner, like that's not his real name and that's not his real age. You know what I mean? Like that stuff frustrates me. But if the front office is being told about it, then there's probably some.
Well, and there was also the story of like whoever was the Marlins GM at the time was like, we were giving him offers and we didn't care that he was older because we knew that he was going to be good for whatever we were trying. We just wanted him on our team, which is also a little funny in hindsight because it didn't take him long to not be that good anymore as an Angel. But it's crazy stuff.
Yeah, man, that early 2010s Angels free agency splash was a wild one. That was a wild couple of years there. The Pujols, the CJ Wilson, Josh Hamilton splurge was and then at that same time, then Trout, comes out and has his rookie year, and just so much happening in the early 2010s for the Angels.
Well,
man.
it's especially funny too because they were like so much set up to be that good. And you can take OOTP for, you don't have to take it for much, but the last like serious run I got into in OOTP, I started as the 2011 Angels because I was like, yeah, I want to play with Trout and budget flexibility. And obviously there was a little bit of finagling involved with knowing who I could trade for that would actually be good. But like just signing good free agents, like I traded for Felix Hernandez and Justin Verlander and extended them instead of like paying Pujols or paying Josh Hamilton, and I won 4 World Series in 5 years and had a 118 win season in there.
Nice. That's all right. Decent.
So yeah, it's like it's crazy what they could have done, in hindsight's 2020, but.
Oh, Zach Greinke, too. I forgot about that. Yeah, Christian says they had Josh Hamilton, Zach Greinke, Albert Pujols, Mike Trout, C.J. Wilson all at the team at the same time for a stretch.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's wild.
And didn't get anywhere. Didn't really do a dang thing.
The only, what was that, 2014? The Royals, the Ira Cosmer moment?
Yep.
TFW, Eric Hosmer. Just absolutely.
Oh, is that a Brett Gardner grand slam I'm watching? Is that my boy Brett Gardner?
This is the Yankees' revenge. This is the Yankees' revenge for the 15-0 game the other day.
2021 AL MVP, Brett Gardner.
Dude, that's crazy.
How did you feel about that whole thing? Because obviously that was, bringing him. Oddly, that was one of the biggest Yankees stories of the offseason.
Yeah. I felt, this household that I live in, he's one of my favorite players, right? I like the hustle. I like that he's bald like me. I like that he's a Yankee, right? But in this household, my wife Amber, that's the guy, right? She's got the jersey, the only jersey that she has. It's man, he's a fan favorite of ours in the house. So. Love it. They could have signed him for $12 million. I'd have been like, man, this is a great signing. This is perfect, right? I just love the guy, man. There's just something about having him in pinstripes for me that just makes me happy. So great signing to me. But at worst, right? I mean, he provides good outfield depth defensively, right? And puts a left-handed bat in the lineup. So
I agree. He's one of those guys that. Will obviously never come close to any like actual baseball enshrinement, but like a Yankees Hall of Fame, like specific, you know what I mean? Like just like an honorable mention in a Yankees Hall of Fame specifically, like just a hell of a pinstriped career for sure.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm thinking. Is it just would have been really weird to see him on another team?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, it would have been beyond weird.
Yeah, kind of like Yachty, right? It was like
exactly.
Put him in another uniform, it just doesn't feel right.
It's funny too because probably my most lasting memory of him after he retires, and I'm thinking back in 10 years, and I'm like, oh, Brett Gardner, I haven't heard that name in a while. The first thing I'm gonna think of is the clip, the GIF, whatever, of him banging the bat on the roof of the dugout.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's an iconic.
It was so.
Sure.
At the time, I was like, "What the heck is he doing? Like, that's so weird."
For me, it's going to be the 2012 ALCS when Prince Fielder caught the final out, and then they just cut to Brett Gardner, and his face is he just like he looks like Cody Bellinger when they cut to him, and his face was like staring off into the distance. Like they cut to Brett Gardner, he's just staring out at the field as the Tigers were celebrating. That, I mean, for obvious reasons, that's gonna be my take.
Yep.
Oh, before getting swept by the Giants, what a wonderful time.
This is also
Brett Gardner has nearly the same WAR as Omar Vizquel.
Man, like. Oh, I don't even know if I have the energy to get into the Omar Hall of Fame thing. Like that's just so egregious.
This is also officially an anti-Giants broadcast, by the way.
Absolutely, yes. Dub.
Oh, Alex Colomé on the bump for the Twins right now. Didn't he not have a great outing his first time or his last time out? I thought I heard about him not pitching very well.
I think that's true. I think that is correct.
It's enough to try and keep up with your own team's storylines in spring training.
Right, yeah, for real.
It's been rough this spring, man. Trying to keep up with everything.
Oh,
yeah.
Just seems like there's so much, right? I mean, we've been battling, trying to get through the free agency and late trades in the off season and everything else. But then we got all the league news that's overhanging, right? How we're going to handle COVID? Is there going to be a spring training? And I mean, just all the other stuff that clouds over everything. Yeah. Now you got that.
Well, it's crazy too because last season it was like the camps in July. It's like you played like 3 games against other teams maybe before the season started. Yeah. Like there were very few. So we're a week into the games between teams now, and it's all right. Like, all right, is the season starting now? Like,
right.
It's
there's definitely. I'll be interested. It might not affect the super competitive teams like the Dodgers or the Yankees or teams like that, but I think maybe for some of the rebuilding teams, the month delay to the minor leagues might affect some roster spots. Yeah. Like I can speak for the Tigers pretty well, and I think that Mize was kind of like had to play into a rotation spot almost, which sounds weird to people, but he has a lot of mechanics issues and was horrible, honestly, in 2020. So, like, I think in a perfect world, they probably start him in AAA for a month, and then he comes up in, like, May or early June. And now, with a month delay, I think they might just say, screw it, we're just going to, we'd rather you get reps. We'd rather you get reps even if you continue to struggle at the major league level than just put you in a practice site again. You know what I mean? So I think that it'll be interesting to see if that month delay, and who knows, that might turn into longer than a month delay after that. You know what I mean? So I think that month delay might affect some teams in the dweller, like the Pirates and Orioles and Tigers and stuff, more than people realize.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think, especially for the Royals, if there's guys like that, because they could very easily still, consider like Daniel Lynch and Jackson Kowar, especially, to be far enough off that they don't want to throw them in the majors yet. But yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah, all comes down to and again, part of it depends on if it gets delayed again too. Like it'll be interesting. I think it might have more of an effect on some of those fringe prospects than people realize. Mm-hmm. Man, the Pirates are running it up on the O's right now.
Oh, are they?
That's a good team. That's a good spring training team right there.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, this is definitely a game that is honestly way more fun to watch in spring than it is in the regular season, this whole game.
I think Means was pitching for Baltimore today, too,
He is.
Right?
He still is out there, even though he's given up 3 runs in 1 2/3 and has a very high pitch count.
Just getting his work in.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting his Baltimore reps in.
Right. Brian Hayes at the plate, baby. Let's go.
Oh, I got to turn that on.
His command, Means' command, has been unbelievably terrible up to this point. His stuff looks really good. His changeup looks really good. And I don't even know if it's a two-seam or if it's just his fastball tails or what, but his fastball has like moves. It's just he has no idea where any of these pitches are going.
Yep.
He's hit a guy. He almost hit another dude in the face, and he got out of the way. He has like 2 wild pitches. Like I'm not, and this isn't an inning and 2/3. All of this is happening. Like he has no clue where the ball is going. Sure. But his stuff is electric.
Oh, we got Hayes at the plate, and we got Randy at the plate.
2 goats.
2 young goats. Randy is not.
Man, I can't wait to see what Randy does in this season.
Randy is not. Is he still rookie? Oh yeah, he is still rookie eligible because he's on all the rookie lists. Yeah.
Yep.
I can't wait to see what he can do in a full season.
all the Randys in baseball, and he gets to be Randy.
Yeah.
Real.
I don't know. I mean, when you
Bonkers.
hit like he did
Oh,
for a
wow.
full like 2 months on the biggest stage, can't
Yep.
can't hate it.
Brian Hayes, 1-2 count, then check swing, take another pitch inside, check swing, take a pitch outside, worked it full. Great AB for the kid here.
Ground out to short.
Yeah. Solid AB.
Yeah.
Rosarena becomes a free agent in 2027. Do you think he gets if he has a season like, say, the shortened season that Tatis had last year, is he one of those candidates for a Tatis-like contract? I mean, he never came with those accolades, did he?
No.
Right. No,
Ah.
yeah, he was I just like the thing that will always make that hesitant is just he plays for the Rays.
Yep.
Right. So like
Yep.
if he played for any other team,
True.
like that would probably be a consideration, but like he
No,
Well,
plays for
he's
the
not
Rays.
exactly like
Yeah.
a defensive whiz. I mean, he's 26 too.
Neither is Tatis.
Yeah, he's up
to be
there.
fair.
Yeah, but a Rosarena is 26 now.
No, for
Jesus.
sure, for sure.
22.
You know, it's
Yeah,
like
that's
if you're
definitely fair.
I could see like an 8-year deal maybe if it's a team that's not the Rays, but also the Rays have Wander Franco. If they're gonna give that mega deal to someone, you know, maybe your number one overall prospect in baseball for 3
Right.
years running is also a candidate.
Man, I can't wait to see him too. That's
Yeah.
gonna be a fun year, man. Gonna be a super fun year.
Heck
Yeah, I mean,
And-
like you were saying, the lack of AAA in the start of the season will be interesting.
Yeah, Christian said in chat that even the mid-level teams might, with shallow depth, might it might not just be rebuilding teams that have the problem where they kind of have to put the prospects in the major league level because of the delayed minor league season. You might see some relatively competitive teams do it too, which is probably fair.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like, I'm wondering the extent to which we'll see, in 2020 there were just a ridiculous number of guys that cracked the major leagues. The amount of guys that played in the major leagues relative to the number of games was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Unreal,
Yeah.
for sure.
So I'm wondering how similar or how different that'll be. But I know, like, off the top of my head, Cubs pitching staff is nowhere near set in stone, and it's not going to be by opening day. So there's probably plenty of other teams like that too, where you're just going to see a lot of turnover on the pitching side.
Yep.
Exactly
For
the
sure.
same as last year.
Yeah, pitching especially, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Richards is still out there, 36 pitches.
God, he
Man.
just dang near took off Cunha's head with looked like a curveball. I got away from him. That last at bat. Not looking good.
Yeah, that's definitely not how he drew it up either.
A lot of rust on that arm now.
Oh, is that a Chipper Jones interview they got running? That looks.
You said
It
Chipper?
looks like Chipper.
Yeah, that looks like Chipper.
On a Red Sox broadcast, too.
Oh yeah, that is a little odd if it's the Sox broadcast, I guess. But if there's only one broadcast period, I guess maybe.
Yeah.
True. It's only fair the Braves made Boston put Boston on the map anyway for baseball.
Yeah.
So.
That is true.
Man, I wish they would have televised games then.
I know, man. So during quarantine, when the MLB came out with the MLB Vault thing,
Yep.
I spent an embarrassing amount of time rewatching like World Series games from the 50s, like the Koufax complete game shutout, like the just unbelievable. And they had I was pleasantly surprised at some of the camera angles they were breaking out. Like I thought it was just gonna be like one camera angle the whole. They had some behind the plate action going every once in a while. Like they had some They had some stuff going on
Okay.
back then. I was pleasantly surprised. They had a one for like a whole inning. They did like a bird's eye view thing, and I was like, this is terrible. Like you can't see
Yeah.
anything. I don't know what the point of this is. Like you can see literally nothing. It wasn't directly above, but it was like it was almost like the camera was in the press box, right, where it was just like you were looking at it from like the upper bowl, and I was like, this is horrible. This should never be a thing ever again, and it isn't.
No.
So they learned their lesson. But yeah, there was. I watched Kerry Wood's game too.
Oh,
the
yeah.
20
Oh,
strikeout.
nice.
So I've never seen that in its entirety. Obviously, I've seen like the clip of all of the third strikes, but I've never obviously watched the entire game start to finish until then. So I got to do that, which was awesome. And there's like no Tigers games in there. They have 120 games on it. I have one Tigers one. I think the Kerr Gibson 1984 home run game was in there, but
Gotcha.
yeah, there was a lot of games that I've heard about or seen like the highlight of the whatever moment made them so memorable. But being able to go and watch the whole game start to finish was really really cool. The Pirates Braves NLCS from the 90s was in there. There was a lot. It was super awesome.
It's good use of your
Oh,
time.
for sure.
Yes, very
Heck
much
yeah.
so. I'm so I was. It was time very well spent. It was like right at the beginning of quarantine, which is a year ago now, which is wild. But it was super wild, super wild.
When was that Kerry Wood game? Was that
2000.
Oh,
2000.
oh,
It was
02?
against the Astros, and the Astros
It was against the
had
Astros. Yeah, it
at
was.
late.
Was it
I
2000?
think it was 2000 because 2000.
They had Biggio.
Yeah, they had Biggio, and I think Bagwell.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they had Biggio. In.
But yeah, because Kerry Wood, I mean, not long after that,
It was his
all
rookie
of his-
year.
Yeah,
It was like his
2000.
fourth career.
Or maybe
start.
like 1999 even. I don't know about that. But like 2003 was the year when the Cubs rotation was supposed to be just ridiculous. I mean, Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor,
Right.
or maybe it was 05. One of those 2 years. Because I think there was one of those
Yeah.
years when the rotation was supposed to be nasty, and Carlos Zambrano was part of it.
Zebo, baby. Pitchers who rake.
Pitchers who rake.
Zebo, man, the GOAT.
Maybe
Oh,
it was
I love
05.
him so much.
Because, no, you know what? It probably was like later a little bit because it was Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor. I think Maddox was back with the Cubs at that point,
Oh, yeah, it's when he came back. I forgot
and
about
Zambrano would have been pretty young in 05. So
that.
I think that was it. Let me look. 2005 Cubs. And there was, like, that rotation, the names top to bottom were just ridiculous. And there's one guy I'm probably forgetting.
Mark Pryor, Zambrano, Maddox, Ryan Dempster was on that
Ryan
team.
Dempster, okay.
Wow. A young Dempster. I love
Yeah,
it.
the 2005 Cubs. And that was Derek Lee was like an 8-win player in 2005.
Oh, that's right.
Rich Hill was on that
Rich
team.
Hill, man.
Wow, what a squad.
And
Was Alfonso still on that
Aramis
team?
Ramirez. No, Alfonso Soriano was not a Cub yet.
Interesting.
Because he came to the Cubs from the Nationals, and 05 was the first year of the Nationals, so it would have had to be then or later.
Right.
That
I love
outfield, man,
Alfonso.
that outfield was just terrible. Nobody, oh my god. Oh my god. Left fielder
Terrible.
Todd Hollinsworth, center fielder Corey Patterson, and
Nice.
the highest OPS in the outfield was
Oh.
a 757 OPS from a 36-year-old Jeremy Burnitz.
Nice.
Just
Nice.
that's got to be an all-time bad outfield.
What was the Yankees Soriano trade? I don't remember who they got for him.
Oh,
Oh my
I'm
God.
totally blanking.
When- that
Because
was
I
like-
remember he was young. Like I think that he
Soriano
was
trade.
like highly regarded young because he was their leadoff hitter for like a hot sec when he first came up and was playing like second base or whatever.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't remember who they got for him though. I feel like it had to have been a relatively big trade, but I'm
Wait,
blanking.
so
Yeah, that was the A-Rod
Yeah.
deal, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
that's
yeah.
right. That's right. It's totally right. That's a good
he
call.
played it. So he played in Japan
Yeah.
before he came to the U.S. Is that what I'm seeing? Before he came to MLB. I'm reading this list of transactions on baseballalmanac.com, and it says he was sold by Hiroshima Toyo Carp to the New York Yankees in 1998, and then traded by the Yankees with a player to be named later to the Rangers for A-Rod.
Wow, so it was just straight up. It was just, hey, you know this dude that's won like two MVPs in 4 years? Like, you just have him for A-Rod or for Soriano.
I mean, that was a
up.
huge salary dump from the Rangers.
That's crazy. For sure,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, they PTBNL, right?
And
to
then
go
2005, traded by Texas Rangers to Washington Nationals in exchange for Brad Wilkerson, Armando Galarraga, and Termel Sledge.
Armando, like
yes,
my Armando?
Like one
That's
out
the
off
one.
a perfect game, Armando Galarraga.
Oh, wow. Actually, he just had a 28-out perfect game.
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah.
That's great.
And then that was 2005. So then after 2006, he became a free agent. He was signed by the Cubs before 2007. And then in 2013, traded by the Cubs to the Yankees for Corey Black, who I would definitely remember if he had actually amounted to anything.
That man, he's been a part of some deals then, huh, man?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Which, like, yeah, it's funny that he was on he was the player on the other end of a huge salary dump to the Yankees, and then he was the salary getting dumped to the Yankees.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. Man. Oh, Alfonso, I loved him, man.
Yeah, because like 2005, 2006. Let me look at the 2006 Cubs and see like if they had any better outfield.
30-30 legend.
Soriano was a 40-40 guy.
40-40 guy, I believe.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, he's definitely. That's a short list, huh? Like four.
Is
I believe
Acuña's
it's
40-40 in 2019? He did 40-40.
Wasn't he one away? I thought he finished a stolen base away. I thought he finished 39 stolen bases.
Oh, you're right. He was 37.
He
37
missed.
stolen bases.
Oh, okay.
41 homers.
A-Rod had one.
A-Rod had one. Bonds had like two. Maybe not. No.
I don't think he ever had one.
Did really?
I think I don't recall. I thought he was a 35-35
You might
guy.
be right. No, you might be right.
I can't remember. That list always slips. All I ever remember is Jose Canseco, Alfonso Soriano.
Yeah.
Was Henderson never really a 40 homer guy?
No.
No.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Even his MVP year, I think he was hitting like high 20s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he'd have needed 2019's baseball.
No, Bonds did
Yes.
42 homers, 40 42 homers, 40 steals in 1996.
Did.
So he never did it with the Pirates. Before that, there were, let's see, 1, 2, 3. There were 3 seasons before that where he had either 40 homers or 40 steals. In 96, he did 42 homers, 40 steals, and then never again. I mean, his stolen bases fell off pretty quickly after that.
Sure.
He was 42 homers, 40 steals in 96. 97, he was 40 homers, 37 steals. So he was close again the year after. And then all of a sudden the home runs happened to tick up, and the stolen bases dropped off.
Wonder why.
Interesting.
Someone should look into that and figure out how that happened.
Arenado with a nice play there.
Well, the crazy thing is he was like a 400 to 450 OBP guy for a good to like 10 years before his OBP like started going north of 500.
Yeah, the low key 600 OPS season.
Yeah, like
ridiculous.
Yeah.
122 intentional
He was
walks.
so
or whatever,
crazy.
112.
Yeah,
Whatever.
so insane.
Bonkers.
So many unbreakable records are held by that man. And a lot of them are
12 years
run
of his
records.
career, he led the league in walks.
Yeah, that's nutty.
He led the league in walks at age 42. Like, shouldn't be leading the league in anything at age 42 unless you're like Randy Johnson.
I really, really wish that he didn't get blackballed and he would have gone like been DH for the Rays.
That would have been
What I mean?
electric in
Like
08.
I really wish that. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like he was still a good, like above average, solid hitter. Like it's not like he was. I don't know. I really think that he. I think he could have been a really solid DH for like I said, like the Rays really could have done it or something like that. I would really
And
like
there
to
would have
see
been so
that.
many great names on that team too. I mean, like there were great names on the '08 Rays already. And then like adding in Barry Bonds just would have made that a ridiculous trivia poll of a team.
For real, for real. Yeah, Christian says the '08 Angels needed a DH, so kidding on that
It's
too.
I think it's funny. I mentioned that they're interviewing Chipper Jones. I think it's almost done, but they put up Chipper Jones, and the title they put for him is Braves hitting consultant.
Definitely not Hall of Fame
No.
third baseman. He's just their hitting consultant.
Some guy.
Man, he's practically owned that broadcast. He's been up there for like an inning and a half.
Right. Quinn says the best player in the Liverpool trade just threw a scoreless inning.
Best player.
Oh, he also says best player in 2018 draft. Best pitcher. Just directly going after Casey Mize. Oh,
Casey Mize
Nice.
and the entire everyone that's worth a damn in the Royals farm system pretty much. You've got 2 first-round picks in 2019, 2020, and then you've just got the 2018 draft, and that's it.
perfect.
Quinn says, did you guys see Ichiro was taking at bats today? I did not see that.
I love him.
That's
I love
awesome.
him.
Yeah, I was reading up on, I think it was Ryan Divish this morning was telling how the Mariners got a game today, but those that weren't going to be involved in the game are playing a sim game on the side. And so to play that sim game on the side, they had to get some people out in the field. So Ichiro is playing right field today, and the guy that I think had the last at bat for the Mariners in the postseason is playing center field today, Mike Cameron.
Wow.
Mike
Wow.
Cameron.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That's so cool, though. Oh, Mike Cameron was an electric factory, too, huh?
4-homer guy. Yeah.
Man, anytime you tear your ACL while arguing with an umpire, you're a goat in my book. I don't care.
Wow.
That's awesome.
He should.
That's insane.
He should.
I
he
never
should
knew
gift.
that.
He should gift some of his powers to his son, IMO.
I don't see that on his baseball reference page at all. They should put
What?
that for his ACL
yeah.
argument.
The video is wild. The video is crazy. He literally jumps at him and then just hits the deck and grabs his leg.
Why do I not remember this?
Oh, it's
Dang.
crazy. I'm pretty sure it was Mike Cameron. I'm like 95% sure. Oh, Paul DeJean. Oh, he gets way under it.
I didn't even notice Charlie Morton's pitching today.
Looking good.
They're
Oh, good for
starting
him. Yeah, that was interesting because I think most people were of the belief that it was either Rays or retirement for a little bit.
And then the Braves swoop in.
Yeah,
Him and Smiley, both. That's why, I'm pretty high on the Braves rotation.
Peyton's telling me it wasn't Mike Cameron, it was Milton Bradley. That could be possible.
That sounds about right.
That sounds way more on brand for Milton Bradley as well.
That's man.
If Peyton says it, I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Regardless, though, Mike Cameron should make Daz Cameron a better baseball player, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think I don't know. Man, they're showing on these MLB TV broadcasts, they're showing all these MLB flashbacks from 2019, and one of them is Ryan Braun homering. I think it's a grand slam, and it just makes me sick to keep seeing Ryan Braun on my screen. I gotta say.
Did he officially retire yet?
I don't think so, but
I don't think so. I don't really know what's happening with him. Yeah. There's still
So
some decent names out there,
Yeah.
honestly.
so so let's see. Is this the Orioles Pirates game? Has Evan Phillips pitching, and at the plate is
Wait,
Philip
is that
Evans?
Josh Donaldson? Am I seeing?
No way.
Is that what I'm seeing?
That's an let me check. That's an electric matchup.
Evan Phillips
It
versus
is. It
Philip
is
Versus Philip
Evans.
Evans.
Phillips versus Philip Evans. That is the current
Wow.
matchup.
Has anybody? Why hasn't anybody tweeted that out yet?
For
Yeah,
real.
get on that.
We gotta swoop it.
I can't multitask.
Someone tweet that on Christian. Tweet
amazing.
that on Diamond Digest right now.
There you go.
That's a great
That's got to be the best name
a
matchup
great-
since Will Smith and Will Smith.
Will Smith versus Will Smith.
So right as you were saying that,
I mean-
I was looking they were showing a clip of the Twins dugout, and Josh Donaldson has dyed his hair like bleach bright blonde.
This I did not.
It's
Like frosted
no,
tips,
like all the
or
way,
like-
all of his hair.
oh, well, that's a statement.
I could get away with that.
Christian, it's
Orioles
the Pirates
Pirates,
Orioles
yeah.
game.
Philip Evans and Evan Phillips.
Philip Evans versus Evan Phillips.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is it's definitely the best since Will Smith. Will Smith.
And
Advantage, Will Smith.
Yeah.
who do you think's got this one? I'm thinking it's advantage pitcher.
Yeah, that's always a safe
Yeah.
bet.
Yeah.
2-2 count.
So Rudy, as a NL Central, you had the under on the cards. Who do you see kind of being at the forefront of that division then? Because I think most people, general public, believe that like the Cardinals are probably the favorite.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, yeah, that, like we said earlier, that division's such a disaster. Like, who do you think emerges?
Yeah, well, like, honestly, if Evan Alvarez is listening, I'll say the Brewers, but if he's not listening, then I would say I do legitimately believe the Cubs are up there.
Sure.
And, it's just, it's more so that Evan would just be like, oh, Rudy's talking about the Cubs again, he's a huge homer.
Right,
But,
that's absolutely correct.
No, I don't know. I mean, I really don't see a reason why the Cubs are any worse than the other teams. So,
Yeah,
they
for
won the
sure.
division by 3 games last year, and you did lose 3-win Yu Darvish, sure, but it's hard. It's with a lot of the same players. It's hard to see much going worse for the Cubs aside from the relief pitching was definitely shaky later in the season, and that could easily. And, relief pitching is the easiest way to underperform or overperform your true talent as a team. But I don't know. I mean, like, I am a firm believer that Baez is going to bounce right back to being, a little bit better than league average offense and still excellent defense. We were talking about this yesterday, actually. Chris Bryant, there's pretty much every reason to believe that everything he's struggled with has been injury related. And if he's past the injuries, which is certainly an if that we don't have an answer to at this point, but if he's past the injuries, then I don't see why he can't be a great hitter again. It was a down year for all of the role players on offense, and I think a lot of people acknowledge that without acknowledging the fact that it means the Cubs are still set up pretty well for 2021.
Sure. No, I agree. It's definitely some of it has to do with what the front office's plans are long term. Like, obviously, if they're selling everybody at mid-season, like, that's obviously.
Yeah.
But that probably also has to do with how competitive they are. So that's probably a yin-yang. Oh,
For
no,
sure.
wow, never mind. I thought Arenado just got a hold of one, but very much.
Well, and it's like we were talking about this on Tuesday, I think, too. They have 5 right-handed starting pitchers, and none of them can touch 94.
Oof.
So there's definitely a lot of ways that I could see it going wrong for the Cubs, but I do think that there's no reason to discount them any more than another team. I'm seeing a ton of people put them fourth in the division, and I see almost no way that the Cubs are not at a minimum better than one of the other three teams that are generally considered to be around 500. I
Sure.
do not see that happening.
That's fair.
I never noticed they didn't have any lefties in that. Not at all.
Yeah, because Quintana and Lester held it down on from the lefty side,
Oh.
and they were both they're both gone. They have, yeah, I mean it's
Braylon Marquez is the only one in AAA ball. It's going to get a late start anyway.
yeah should not
Even Fangraphs projects it could even make it up this
yeah
year.
should not be relying on him too much. Well,
No.
they not all five of those guys will make the rotation. It might end up pushing Alec Mills to the bullpen, just because I think Mills has worked in a relief role more so than any of those other guys. Hendricks and Davies are in the rotation for sure. Arrieta didn't sign a $7 million deal to be a reliever. So that brings the last three spots in the rotation down to Adbert Alzolay, who I think will be in the rotation, at least to start. So which the last spot then is between Trevor Williams and Alec Mills. And Alec Mills has more relief experience, so he probably will start in a relief role. But yeah, they are a lot of similar looks. And, before the Cubs even got Trevor Williams or Jake Arrieta, I wrote an article about the similarities between just Hendricks, Davies, and Mills. And then they added more guys that are righties that can't pump too much heat.
Yep. No.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the slowest throwing
Yeah.
rotations in all of baseball.
Is Mills the best Chicago pitcher to throw in a hitter last year? No. I'm gonna say no. Yeah.
I would probably have to
Lean
lean a little bit
to-
towards
yeah.
Giolito.
Gonna have to say I would rather have Giolito.
Smidge. It's a great question.
Well, it's funny
though.
because they both threw their no hitters against like really bad offenses. The Brewers and the Pirates were two of the worst offenses in baseball last year. But sometimes that's just the nature of no hitters, I suppose.
Casey Mize just 1, 2, 3, the heart of the Blue Jays order.
Wow,
You love to see
nice.
it.
Well, actually,
In 18
if I could
pitches.
see it, I might love to see it, but
Ah! Ridiculous.
ridiculous.
So mad.
I think Phillip Evans ended up getting the best of that matchup with Evan Phillips. I believe. I think he just scored on a ground rule double.
Okay.
I'll never forget the Evan Phillips versus Phillip Evans
Yep.
matchup.
It's gonna
an
go
all-time-
down in history.
Yeah, glad you caught that, Jim.
It's an all-time spring training moment.
That's the other thing that made Will Smith so good, right? It was regular, or was it even
It was
playoffs?
Oh yeah, that was in the
Yeah.
NLCS. It was like
Yeah.
Game 6 too. I want to say.
So who are your guys' picks then out of the NL Central this year? If you're looking at the teams now, who do you got for the end of the year? Is it the Cubs?
I'm taking the Cardinals, which I think we all know how much that pains me. Like I don't want to, but I would still. I'm going to lean with the Cards.
That defense.
Yeah.
The
Defense
defense
is
is
great,
very
yeah.
good. They were really good. They were really good, and added Nolan Arenado. So
Yeah. Yeah. But we're pretty sure one team from the NL Central.
mhm.
Any surprises out of the West would be a shock, right? And
Yeah.
Diamondbacks, Rockies, and Giants. So we're looking at Padres, Dodgers there.
Yep.
So there's two teams left then for the playoffs. What do we have out of the East? That's
Yeah,
got to be the
that's
most
interesting.
difficult
Braves,
division.
Mets.
Honestly, maybe even in all of baseball, like the AL West might be a little harder to predict, I guess. But that's the NL East is tough. Braves Mets is definitely
Seems to be popular choice. I mean-
yeah. It's just a matter of which one wins the division and which one makes the wild card. Which,
I
if
wouldn't
the
be
Mets-
shocked with the Nats.
Yeah,
If the
see,
Nats find a way.
I'm with you there. We had a live Q&A where we talked about the Nats, and I'm there with you, man. Like I think they definitely don't have uh, they have a pretty low floor as well, I'll say, but I really don't think that team with that pitching still intact, I'm going to always have faith that they'll hang around and be competitive.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that's what that does it for me is having the pitching around still.
Yeah,
Right? They're not. Yeah. They can find their way to a lot of victories with only a few runs on the board,
for
and
sure.
I think that's. I mean, I think that plays well in the NL East, right? I mean, it plays well in the National League as a whole. So, um,
Yeah,
I mean, to me, I think it's. I mean, if it's me, I think the Braves win the division. I think the Mets are right there, but man, I don't know. To me, it feels like. I mean, that second wild card comes out of the East,
Sure.
right?
hmm
But could it be Philly?
no.
that's another question.
No.
I mean, my gut says no right away, but they obviously have the top level talent there.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
It's weird, man. Like they're a weird. That's a weird situation. Like that team is around 500 every year, and in not a horrible division, like around 500, and I don't know, man. Like I don't know. I don't know.
The projected lineup, right? McCutcheon.
hmm
Uh, is it Baum? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Harper, Real Muto, Reese Hoskins, Didi Gregorius, Gene Segura, and Scott Kingery.
Yeah.
Scott Kingery.
I mean, the Kingery, whatever, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
the rest, the
That's
first
not a
eight
bad
guys.
lineup.
Yeah, the first 8 guys in that lineup. I
I
mean,
mean, it depends a lot on Hoskins,
project
right?
well.
I think it depends a lot on Hoskins.
Yeah,
For sure.
I don't know what he did
if you
last
can get
year.
production. from
But I
that.
mean, and that's the thing too, is the biggest knock on the Braves is their bullpen now is not phenomenal, and that's the same deal with the Phillies for the most part.
The Phillies had, like, I know it was a 60-game season, so grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure they statistically had, like, one of the worst bullpens in the history of baseball.
It had
last
like
year.
their whole
was
bullpen
terrible.
had like a 7 ERA, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure their bullpen, in a 60-game season, all of their bullpen players combined had like almost a -3 WAR.
And that like
I think it was legit like -2.7 or 2.5.
so
or
if you
something
take
ridiculous.
WAR on face and say that which as I mentioned earlier, the quality of your bullpen is one of the easiest ways to over or underperform your true talent as a team. But if you take that 2.8 WAR on face,
You don't gotta tell me.
round
that.
it to 3, and you just you say those Phillies win those 3 games instead of losing them, they're a playoff team immediately. I mean, they were like a game or two out
Yeah.
of that on the last day of the season.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
I like
Yeah.
Quinn. Quinn said that the Padres should be cheering for the Mets to win the division, so their season doesn't rely on beating DeGrom.
I agree.
agree, man.
God,
I agree.
yeah.
For real.
Oh, that would be terrible if you got to the wild card matchup, paid all that money to put the Padres together, and then you get there and it's flipping DeGrom
Yeah.
right there, right?
For real.
But I
Oh,
mean, so we're
man.
talking about a 1-game playoff, though. If the Braves are smart and their season dependent on it, and say you see the Braves in the wild card game, I would think that the
Yep.
Braves would, hypothetically, the right move to do there is you've got 4 starting pitchers at a minimum. I mean, 3 probably. Say 3 starting pitchers. You got Morton, Fried, and Soroka. Like, they should be willing to use all 3 of those, and that is still really tough to beat.
For sure.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot more feasible than DeGrom,
Sure.
though.
Yeah.
Feels like to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They really should.
Well-
The Padres fans should be Mets fans this year.
And I mean, that's also like, not the Padres also in a 1-game playoff can throw Darvish, Snell, among others at you.
For sure. It's my thing is it's going to be. I think there's a chance. I'm not sure it's plausible, or even like super likely, but there's a chance that the Padres have the second best division or second best record in all of the National League and make the wild card. I just think that's always a very interesting scenario when that
Yeah.
happens.
Well, and it brings into
I mean, hell, they could win 99 games, maybe.
Yeah.
Even. And make
Yeah.
like the Dodgers are going to win like 106.
and
You know what I mean?
then
Like
suddenly
the Padres could win 100 games and make a wild
yeah,
card. Like that's
and
wild.
if they do that and say they lose to the Mets in the wild card game, then the 2020 Padres 2021 Padres are suddenly the 2015 Pirates all over again. I mean, you win 97 games, you
Right.
make the wild card game, and you're stuck against a pitcher who is just unhittable.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy to even think about.
Yeah.
But I mean, the NL East almost in a whole could be that, right? I mean, if it's the Nationals, they just come at you with Scherzer and Strasburg,
Yeah.
tag team you like they did when they were winning the World Series, right? They just all out. If it's on the line, let's just go for it.
Right.
And then what? I guess Philly would probably. I mean, that would be the best, if they found their way there for the Padres. But I mean, still, they could go with Aaron Nola, and then anything they could do to stay away from the guys that are usually in the bullpen. Yeah. But I just don't know how Philly can get there if they ain't got the pitching.
Well, yeah, it's
definitely.
just such a strange thing for the Padres because I would give them very good odds to make the playoffs in the sense that they'll get a wild card spot, but in a sense that like being a lock for a wild card spot is not. It's hard to say that's much better than saying that your chances of ultimately making the division series are a coin flip at best.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. For sure.
And if the Padres do get the wild card spot, and let's say they do win that wild card, does that line them up with the Dodgers in the
Yes.
NLDS, right?
Correct. So that Quinn said, imagine making it out of the wild card game by the skin of your teeth and then having a fully rested Dodgers team thrown at you.
And so Christian makes the point that I was going to make, which is that then is the foundation for the argument that making a playoff format moving forward should include reseeding based on record and not just where you finished in wild card.
Yep. And it shouldn't. I mean, should divisions matter?
That's a big question. That's a big question across all sports that is coming to a front. Like a lot of all sport, I think people as a society, we are realizing
we live in a
that
society.
Divisions are really weird and how it's like obviously they're made for those kind of rivalries, but it's interesting. It's very interesting to see, especially with as a fan of a team that is in the AL Central and how that division's been the last 3 or 4 years. Like, it's there's definitely an argument against it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I don't see the value of having divisions solely for travel purposes. I mean, even looking at what a team like the Mariners has to do travel-wise, if you start opening it up and having teams just go all over the place, that would take a huge toll on the players for sure. But, mixing up regular season competition would certainly be interesting. And, I do think that would have to come with a change that generally is unpopular, but a change that has been talked about. I know Anthony Rizzo mentioned it once, which is shortening the season or lessening the number of games played in a season. And if you, weakened the divisional barriers a little bit, said we're going to mix up the schedule and have more teams play a wider variety of teams in the regular season, I think it would have to come with more rest days in the season.
Yeah, it absolutely would.
But I think it'd be the best for overall, right? I mean, if you go down to like 140 game season and then you get that balanced play within your league, I think then you start finding the better teams, right? You don't end up in I know 2020 was its scenario because of the pandemic. And so, I mean, nobody really knew what you were getting out of the Central, the AL Central last year, right? I mean, but if you get the balanced schedule where you get everybody, maybe in your division or in your neighborhood, maybe you get a few extra games like the Yankees, Red Sox, Yankees, Orioles, or whatever.
Sure.
But if it's a little more balanced, you can at least come out with the right set of teams to take into the postseason. Then if you're bringing the right teams into the postseason, I don't mind an expanded postseason. But if you're going to expand the postseason to allow more teams in, and you're still going to reward, divisions that don't deserve to be rewarded with a home field advantage in the first round. I mean, what are you doing to my playoffs, right? I mean, this doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, and it's interesting looking at the Central last year too, because it's like 3 teams out of the AL Central made it, and 4 teams out of the NL Central made it, and none of them made either league's championship series. I mean,
I think only one got out of the first round, right? And that's because they played against each other.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is correct.
Wait. What was the Reds lost to the Braves, Cubs lost to the Marlins, Cardinals played.
Cubs lost to the Marlins,
yeah.
Rudy.
Yeah. Don't even.
That's so funny, bro. Oh my gosh.
Brewers lost to the Dodgers. Yeah. Cardinals lost to the Padres.
Twins lost to the Astros.
Yeah. Cubs
White Sox lost to the A's. No, did any of them make the DS?
Did they all get eliminated in the first round? I think that's actually right.
AL wild card. Yankees beat Cleveland. Tampa over Toronto. Houston over Minnesota, and Oakland over Chicago.
So they all lost in wild card round.
All 7 lost to their wild card rounds.
Ridiculous.
Yep. And people were like, "Oh, but so many made the playoffs."
And only the Cardinals and the White Sox won one of their games.
Yeah, the Reds didn't score a run.
Wow, so you're telling me the Cubs got swept by the Marlins? That's crazy.
That's what I hear. Yeah. Hey, you should have watched some of those games during your off season.
No. No, that is okay. You don't need to watch those games. That was low quality baseball.
Those were wild, man. What's his face? First baseman. Jose Aguilar.
Yeah.
I remember him just talking mad smack after the series.
Quinn is correct that an Ian Happ solo homer was the only run the Cubs scored in that series, and that is definitely a poetic and accurate representation of the 2020 Chicago Cubs.
That was one more run than the Reds put up.
Literally.
Peyton's making fun of you for saying Jose Aguilar, Scott.
What is it?
It's Jesus Aguilar, yeah.
Close enough.
It's a J Spanish name. I'm close enough.
Yeah, and I mean the Brewers was basically written on the walls. The Brewers would have had to just go insane to beat the Dodgers.
Oh yeah, that was not
so Willie Adames home run.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, Tigers legend.
Can't tell.
It looks like it. Is that Hunter Renfroe? Or no, it's Austin Meadows. It's Austin Meadows.
Yeah, the other side of the plate.
I was thinking Meadows, but I said Renfroe. Renfroe is not even a Ray anymore.
It's close enough. Jose Renfroe, Rays, whatever.
Florida baseball, blue team.
All right.
So what's the most interesting division then in baseball at the moment?
I think it's as far as like kind of the toss-upness, I would say the AL West.
Yeah. I gotta say,
I think there are 3 teams that all could very feasibly win that.
I'm gonna go ahead and put down the AL Central as the least interesting division in baseball.
I'm curious about the White Sox this year, the Twins, right?
Kind of save that a little bit. Yeah.
But, I mean, the Royals to me are interesting. I think I don't know. They invested a little bit. They feel like they'd be a great fit in the NL Central.
Sure. To me, the Royals aren't real. Like, they're going to be interesting to me almost no matter what. But the Royals aren't interesting on a national level unless they like the things they did, they actually hit on. Like, you know, Benintendi goes back to being a 4-win player. Santana posts a great OBP. Mike Minor is a good starter again. Like, if they actually hit on the things that they're betting on this offseason, and they clear like 80 games and are pushing 85 or more, that's when the AL Central as a division becomes interesting. And I think the Royals do have the potential to make that division more interesting, along with Cleveland, just seeing how much Cleveland can do with literally like zero offense. But outside of that, like, I think it's pretty much, you know, if the Twins or the White Sox win the division, it's not going to be that interesting, really, to people that aren't Twins or White Sox fans. And yeah, I don't know. It doesn't even feel like, you know, it could end up being a good competition there, but you know.
Yeah, no, I the biggest thing for me in the AL Central is I just think everybody is sleeping way too much on the Cleveland baseball team. I think that the pitching factory that is Cleveland, Ohio, just I know their offense was already bad last year, and then they lost Lindor on top of it, but that pitching will always keep them in games, and I think they could honestly make a run at that division. To be completely honest, I'm pretty high on Cleveland just because of how insane their pitching, and their starting pitching will always be great.
And they've got who is it? Was it Jimenez that the shortstop they got in the Lindor deal? Who's like raking this spring training already?
Yes, it was him.
He was. I mean, he was like 4 for 4 with a homer or two the other day, and I don't know. They could. I think that the Eddie Rosario is a signing that a lot of people, you know, saw and then forgot about, and I think he could end up being pretty solid for them, a good improvement in their outfield. I don't know. I mean, I still like Roberto Perez behind the dish.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if as long as they hold on to J-Ram, there'll be something
there. Yeah. And they also, I mean, that there is also, they lost Cesar Hernandez, who was a very solid player for them in 2020. So it's, it goes beyond Lindor too there, and Carlos Santana too.
Did they not? Did they not?
Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they
Hernandez?
did.
Believe so.
And you know, like Carlos Santana was bad last year, but he also helped boost the floor of their offense a ton.
Yeah, he was bad, but the walk percentage was still there.
So I don't know. It's an interesting scenario. They might really be pushing the limits on how well you can do with very limited offense.
Yeah,
for sure. I really think, back to the original question, I do really think that the AL West is a very interesting division. I think obviously the Astros got worse. However, that division is totally up for grabs. The Angels' offense is incredible. The pitching is always a question mark, and then the A's are always the A's. They're, you know, they lose Semien and what's his face out of the bullpen, but still,
I mean,
are the A's. So you're not going to count them out completely, no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know, and the sequence of events of the Astros having Framber Valdez look like he's going to go down for a significant amount of time, and then just turning around and signing Jake Odorizzi, that's an interesting kind of swing in the division as a whole there. And it's really the fault of the rest of baseball that Odorizzi was still there for the taking as soon as the Astros needed a new starting pitcher.
That's amazing to me that they were able. Yeah. Oh, look just who's hanging out there on the free agent wire.
Right.
That. Shucks. Yeah. Poor Houston.
Man, it's just ridiculous. So yeah.
Yeah.
Brings an interesting stat.
I saw that too.
The Angels are. I'm trying to think if that's.
They said the Tigers had 86 wins in 2016, which kept them out of it.
Yes, that was the year that we were We were a win away from the playoffs in
Okay.
16.
And it said the
We
Phillies.
literally missed
The
by.
only reason the Phillies were included is because they won 81 games. They were a perfect 500 in 2019. Is the only reason they are not also included in that category. And the Royals were close too.
Oh.
The Royals, like since 2016, definitely the Royals haven't had a winning season. I think the Royals were very close in 2016 to 500.
Well, when the Tigers lose 100 games this year, then there you go. That'll be 5 years straight of 97 plus losses, not even just sub 500.
yeah,
so.
it'll turn from the Angels to the Tigers. I mean,
2017 and 18 was both 97 losses. 2019 was 114. And then 2020 we were on pace for 97.
yeah, that's insane. Yeah, Royals 81 and 81 in 2016. So yeah, the Royals were real close too, because they definitely, I mean, they turned around from making the Worlds. They were a 95 win team in 2015, and then like the
What about? Oh no, I guess they just made the playoffs. I was gonna say, what about the Marlins? But
yeah,
I guess,
the Marlins were
not-
close too.
But 2020,
2020 did it.
The
The
Mariners.
Mariners 2018. The Mariners were nasty in 2018. I mean, not like that great, but they were. I think it's 2018.
Nasty. Yeah, they haven't made the playoffs since 01, but they were nasty in 18.
I mean, like, you know, relatively for the Mariners.
no, relative.
They won
no, I get
89
what
games
you're
in
saying.
2018.
Oh wow, that's yeah, you're right then. That's fair. That's just SOL.
Yeah. I mean, you're
Um,
stuck behind the Astros for sure, and plus, I don't even remember, but I mean, like Mitch Haniger was 6.2 R-WAR in 2018.
Marlins made the playoffs with a negative run differential.
No, not a negative run differential, a negative 41 run differential.
That's goats right there, baby.
That's crazy.
thundering.
That is a good stat. I just got through all of them. That's amazing that
It's
every
just
team
wild because they've never been
son of a gun.
like horrible in that stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Like they've never been like, oh, here's a top. Like they're always like just under 500. It's just they've been that 5 years in a row.
And
That's
like
crazy.
that might end up being like one of the defining stats of Mike Trout's peak, right? It's
Right.
like you've got literally peak Mike Trout, and you can't even put a 500. You can't even put a team that is at a minimum like 8 games worse than 500 around him for him to get them to 500.
So the Angels don't have a 500 or better season in the last 5 years. But if you take the last 5 years and put it together, they have the 20th best record out of
I was
the 30
seeing that.
teams.
Like they've been under 500 that whole time, but their winning percentage is like 470 on the whole.
Yeah, 469. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Just 44 games under 500 over that
Yeah.
span. Whew. I'd have never
That's
guessed
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the Tigers' win percentage has to be just
Yeah.
unbelievably low. But yeah, the 2016 is the savior there.
That's so crazy.
That's so crazy.
Bonkers.
The Rockies just made the playoffs a couple
2018,
years
yeah,
ago.
the Rockies. That was the
Rockies Cubs. That wild card game
The
was
hug
electric.
game.
Yes, the hug game.
The Diamondbacks and the Astros have the same overall record since 2010.
Man.
Wow.
Because the Astros
Those
were
Astros,
just that bad.
they were
yeah.
terrible.
Right. They were
God.
so bad for the first half of the decade and so good for the second half, and the Diamondbacks have just been consistently
Well, and
mediocre. So there you go.
The 2013 Diamondbacks were not that bad either. I think we were.
No, there's some good teams spring. I mean, even the 2017 when JD Martinez was acquired at the deadline, that team was a wild card team. That was a nice
never
team.
mind. 2013 is not the year I was trying to think of. They were 500 in 2013. What was I thinking of? 2012, 2015, something like that. They were They were 81 and 81 in 2012 and in 2013. 2011 they were 94 and 68.
No.
What was the Archie Bradley triple game? Was that also 2017?
Oh, good question.
Oh, man. Whew.
Because that was a wild card or a playoff game. D-backs won the division in 2011. Quinn says.
Yeah, because they're the last non-Dodgers team, right, to win the NL West.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, Padres haven't even been
Yeah,
close this whole time. The Rockies didn't. The Giants were a wild card team in 2014 for sure, and in 2012.
I think they won it in 2012, and were a wild card in 2010. Weren't they wild card
Oh
twice
yeah.
during those three?
Okay, so the Giants did.
championships?
The Giants
I can't
did
remember.
win the division in 2012. So I think they're the last team.
Why are we talking about the 2012 Giants?
Yeah, let's not.
I don't. Yeah,
No,
I don't.
this is an anti-Giants.
Yeah, what happened to our rules?
Yeah.
I thought that was like, I thought when I agreed to do this, there'd be no 2012 Giants talk. I thought that was the rule.
Well, and it's crazy.
It's right here on my
It's crazy
contract.
too, because you think about how good those Dodgers teams have been, but from like 2013 to 2016, they won the division with like 91, 92 wins every year, which is not like over the top dominant. There just wasn't another clear, great contender team.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, Pablo Sandoval is on my screen.
Why? What did we just say, Rudy? What did we just say? Ah.
Love it. Love it.
You know, I wasn't mad till really wasn't. The first two, I was like, okay, JV's off game, whatever. We still have Scherzer going tomorrow. It'll be fine. The third homer, I was like, this is messed up. Now I'm upset. This is legitimate. This is not real. This should not be a thing. I'm actually mad.
Yeah.
Wasn't mad till the third one. Ridiculous.
Terrible. Nuts. Well, I say the AL East is the most interesting division to me. I just curious on what the Rays have this year.
Yeah.
I'm curious on what the Red Sox have pulled together towards the end of the offseason here. I'm really interested in the Toronto Blue Jays, right? I want to see what that offense can do. I mean,
yeah, for sure. That division is that's one where like going back to like our divisions debate, like that's one where if you put 4 of those 5 teams in the NL Central, that's the favorite to win the division.
Yep.
Like I'm pretty confident if you put any team besides the Orioles in the NL Central, they're immediately the favorite to win the division.
So that's interesting
safe.
then, because I can, off the top of my head, draw a lot of similarities between the Red Sox and the Cubs right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Red Sox. That's a
lot.
That's a classic good offense, rough rotation kind of situation there as well.
Even looking position by position, I could come up with a lot of similarities. I mean, Alex Verdugo in center field, you could, in terms of just raw production, I could see him as being very similar to Ian Happ. You've got Chris Bryant and Rafael Devers, who both have high offensive ceilings at third base and weren't excellent last year. I mean, then Xander Bogaerts and Javi Baez, who Bogaerts is kind of like good offense, bad defense, where Baez is good defense and shaky offense.
Inconsistent, yeah. He goes on his hot streaks.
And so it's just like it's interesting to think about that as like I don't know. Obviously you look at the pitching and it's shaky on both teams.
The Red Sox pitching is not that's an eyesore.
Yeah,
not
and it's like the Cubs don't
So,
have Chris Sale getting ready to come back from Tommy John surgery, obviously, but
even that, I mean, that's a mid-season thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, is Erod legitimately their best pitcher right now?
I think it's I think he's better than Evaldi, but
yeah. That rotation is rough, man. That rotation is rough. They're gonna score some runs though.
Oh yeah, that ballpark. But man, there are going to be some runs scored against them in that ballpark too.
For sure.
If you're putting Martin Perez and Nick Pivetta out there,
right? Yeah, exactly.
You're going to need to win some games 8-7.
Right. To say the least.
Which I mean, I guess that's fun. That's fun baseball if you like scoring.
Yeah, true. You might not win a lot of them. It's fun
No.
baseball, yeah.
Yeah. Team scored 7 again, lost again.
Right.
It's something like that, right?
Right. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of Cleveland. Cleveland baseball team is going to win a lot of 2-1, 1-0 games.
Yep. Exactly. And then the Yankees should bash their way through, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's easily the best team in the American League. That's
what it feels like to
What are
me.
you talking about?
it's
What are you
really
talking
it's
about?
on
Tim Anderson says that the White Sox are the best
oh
team
my
in the
gosh.
American League.
Don't even get me started on the Babbitt merchants. But like it's
There's the breaking ball that didn't
You're gonna
break
need
in
to get
Pittsburgh.
started on them,
Oof.
Scott, because you're gonna be on with 2 of them here in like 20 minutes. 2 of their fans.
It's true.
Oh man, that pitch in the Pittsburgh game. I mean, the catcher doesn't even make a move for it. It's so far away from him. Oh my.
That's got to be on the level of like home runs that are hit so far that you see they show the graph of like where fielders move on the play and they all just stand still.
They
Just
don't
stand
move.
still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that thing was like 5 feet outside. I mean, nothing. Not even Ottavina's slider could get back there. No way.
Scott, I've already got Andrew Horwath is DMing me on Discord because he's listening right now, and I'm getting him ready to come on in like 20 minutes, and he's DMing me. He says Tim Anderson and the White Sox are the best. I'm setting you up for a good time here, apparently.
You sticking around for the next round, Scott?
I am.
That boy.
With a couple of White Sox fans.
Scott's-
It's literally me. It's literally me and 2 White Sox
And J.
fans.
Roy.
And then J. Roy, yeah. J. Roy would be on my side. J. Roy
Yeah,
will take
sure.
my side.
That's awesome.
Actually, he might just
Yeah.
troll me and not,
He
honestly.
might.
He might just be like, nah, Scott, I don't know what you're talking about, man. That could be a J.
Maybe,
Roy
yeah.
thing to do.
No, Scott's the MVP here. He's the trooper. In the World Series
Yes.
too, he held it down for sure.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, that White Sox team's very, very interesting. That's obviously I love to give them crap just because like I'm a Tigers fan, but I could see them going anywhere from like 80 wins all the way to like 90. Like that's a team that has a lot of variance. I think that team could be like a third place team or fight for the division and really anywhere in between.
Well, there's a lot of give and take on their roster, which I think is interesting. I mean, like you have Luis Robert, who's a fantastic defender in center field, and next to him all season is going to be Eloy Jimenez, who is terribly, terribly terrible in left field. So
horrible.
You know, and like
Adam Eaton and Wright.
yeah, and like Moncada is a good defensive third baseman, and Tim Anderson is not a good defensive shortstop from what we've seen so far. You know, it's possible that he has room for improvement, but he's not there. Yeah, it's just gonna be interesting. It's just so many things went right for them last year that it's hard to bet on everything going right once again.
For sure, yeah, and they have, yeah, they do have a lot of people that, and advanced analytics would tell you really benefited from the small sample size of last year. So it'll be interesting to see if those guys can keep it up over a full season, obviously, and then they're pitching there's some names on there, but again, as far as a full season, that starting rotation is not exactly gorgeous by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
so.
like I don't have much faith in Keuchel at all, for example.
Yep.
Yeah, Keuchel's Sierra was double his ERA last year. Like
ridiculous.
that, you know what I mean? Like that. That's the kind of stuff that over a 162 Water's going to find its level. So there's a lot of question marks in the starting rotation, and then like we already said, offensively, I think there's a lot of guys that obviously have shown the ability to go on insane stretches just throughout their whole careers up to this point, but over a full 162 could be interesting. So that's a team I could really see anywhere from very low 80s all the way to like low 90s and fighting for the division and anywhere in between for sure.
Oh, speaking of the 2021 White Sox, we should also note that Jock Peterson took a discount from what the White Sox offered to play with the Cubs this year. Just want to put that out there.
That's definitely something you should hang your hat on. For sure.
He did, in fact.
How big of a
sure.
rivalry is that? Like I feel like Cubs Cardinals is way bigger, right?
I would say so. Yeah. I don't know. It's like until last year, the White Sox didn't have much to show in the rivalry, but it was huge in the
Right.
2000s. It was really big. I mean, you've got like the AJ
For
Pierzynski
sure.
Michael Barrett fight, where
Right.
Barrett just
Yep, for sure.
decked Pierzynski. I mean, there's definitely
Yeah.
a lot of beef there. Yeah, and
It's
I would still say Cubs Cardinals is probably bigger. I mean, it kind of
I would
feels
agree.
like White Sox fans are eager to come out and prove that they can actually make it a rivalry again. You know?
Yeah, I think that's one of those rivalries that is really like Yankees Red Sox. Doesn't matter how good either team is.
Oh,
Like it's going to be
man.
Yankees Red Sox.
Yep.
Like the I think the White Sox Cubs is very much like when the White Sox are good, that rivalry's good, but when the White Sox kind of suck, it just like doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. You know what I mean?
I don't know who's in center field for the Braves right now, but that was a bad play. I don't know if you guys are watching that game.
I
don't
have
have that
Houston
one up.
St. Louis on right now.
Is
yeah.
that? Oh, it's Guillermo Heredia. Oh man, that was he. Like pop up to shallow left center. He runs in. He's sliding. Ball is in and out of his glove. And it wasn't like he barely made it to the ball or anything. Like he was there, had the ball, like, and just in and out of his glove. That was bad.
Tebow-esque.
Oh,
He should have got a retirement send off.
Oh, right? Yeah. They
Come
invited
on,
him
man.
to spring training. He had all the opportunity
real.
to just go through spring training, get the send off in spring training, and then be done.
Yes, agreed. He homered off the Tigers, by the way. Ridiculous.
and then retired.
no, not
Oh, okay,
this
okay.
year. I think
Yeah.
I want to say it was 2019.
What a way to go out! What a way to go out that would be, though.
Homered
I think-
off. I forget who he homered off of, but yeah, he homered off the
Probably-
Tigers, and that was like all over ESPN, and I was just like, please, stop,
Probably if I had to
please.
guess, I would guess Jordan Zimmerman.
Yeah, that Ryan Carpenter or Drew Verhagen, definitely the three clubhouse leaders for that event. I can't believe Jordan Zimmerman got it. I mean, like that might just be my personal bias as well. I am stunned that he got a contract anywhere to play baseball.
Well-
Like, I know it's a minor league deal and everything. Like, I don't care, dude. I really don't care. Like, it's unbelievable to me that anyone is like, hey, we'll like see if he can maybe bounce back. Have you watched him pitch?
So this is a stretch of a segue that I'm making right here, but it's interesting when you're talking about like the difference between what you expect as a fan and what a player actually gets contract wise, because you brought to mind
Sure.
Jeremy Jeffress, who we just got some news about today. After he was peripherals didn't necessarily back up what he did, but he was solid for the Cubs last year, and everyone's like, why couldn't he land a major league deal? He got a minor league deal with the Nationals, and suddenly they've released him, and we're not really sure why yet.
Huh.
Um,
I didn't hear that.
yeah,
I didn't
they
hear
released
that.
him
Wow,
earlier today,
yeah.
and it was apparently for personal reasons. And
Interesting.
he tweeted
He was-
tweeted something about a guy who apparently was a former agent of his. So it was yeah, Jeremy Jeffress was released by the Nationals, and he tweeted that Joshua Kuznick just ruined my life. I've been nothing but a great friend and client to him for over 10 years. Thanks, buddy. And this is
That's some
there's
drama.
a lot of seemingly weird stuff going on. But apparently this Joshua Kuznick, who is his supposed agent, claims that he hasn't worked with Jeffress since 2019. I don't know.
Okay, well, I doubt he just randomly tweeted for fun, like, "Hey, former agent,
Right.
thanks for ruining."
Yeah.
Like, so mad to have happened.
I don't like. I just don't. There's a lot that I think we're still waiting to
Huh.
hear on there.
Oh, yeah, definitely a lot. That's really
Yeah,
weird.
but definitely
Odd.
strange.
Hey, he'll end up back in Milwaukee.
I wouldn't be too
He
shocked.
always
Yeah.
ends
I
up
wouldn't be
in
too
Milwaukee.
shocked. I feel like the Cubs
Sorry, done.
would want to bring him back, although I don't know why they couldn't have done. I feel like the Cubs could have afforded a cheap major league deal for him.
Yeah.
So who knows? I do think that Milwaukee seems like a pretty likely landing spot for him. It would be crazy if he did end up signing with a team like the Cardinals and just doing a tour of the NL Central, because there's a need
Right.
there's a need for him there, for sure. But yeah, that would actually be crazy, because if he, like, say that hypothetically he signs with the Cardinals and they win the division this year, he was on the 2018 division winner Brewers, 2020 division winner Cubs, and then the 2021 division winner Cardinals. I don't know if you could come up with very many players that would have been on 3 different teams that all won the same division in a 4-year span.
He's just the war doesn't
He's
matter.
the X Factor.
He's a
He's
clubhouse
the
guy.
X Factor.
A clubhouse guy.
All right.
That's crazy.
So
That is bonkers.
we are coming up on the start of all these Cactus League games here. I don't know where you guys are at, but we're probably due for a quick break anyway.
Sure.
Get to a shift.
Yeah,
change.
so we're gonna take a break, and we will very likely be back around the start of these Cactus League games with some new faces on the broadcast.
Oh boy.
When that is
Bring me J.
So,
Roy, baby.
Yeah.
Bring me J. Roy.
So we're gonna
man.
go get all of that worked out,
Yeah.
and we will be back with you in a second. Real quick, we do want to thank our good friend Jim Passon for being here with us today.
Yes, thank you. This was awesome. Very
Hey,
It's been-
you guys, I appreciate
Yeah.
it. I've never seen my brother Jeff passing on here, so
awesome.
We'll work on him next.
got one on him. Yeah,
Uh,
I appreciate it, guys. This was a blast. I love hanging out
yeah,
with
it's a
y'all.
great time, bringing some great questions to the table and everything, and it's always a great discussion and great conversation.
I just love learning all the dang stuff you guys know, right? I peruse stats after they happen. You guys are out there, working, writing, figuring out what these teams are doing and stuff like that. So I appreciate you having me on. Keep doing what you guys are doing. Keep me informed so that I don't have to work so hard.
Of course, yeah. Well, we
will do
yeah,
our
we look
best.
forward to next time. So, like I said, we will be right back with you guys after this quick break for not only the end of these games that have been going on, but the start of a whole bunch more. So, yeah, we will see you all then. Okay. Hello. We are back. I'm going to be working here for a second on getting our two new faces up on screen here. We've got Jordan Miller. Excuse the voice crack there. Jordan Miller and Andrew Horwath here. And hopefully J Roy will be here soon. But I will be here. I'll stay on until he does show up. We're back. Almost every game is televised today.
Oh,
Yeah, ours is through on my web stream, so something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. I'm there now. Wow, the Rockies, tough opponent today.
Yeah, I know. Big guns.
Definitely. Greg Bird's our cleanup hitter.
No way. For real?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yankees legend.
That's awesome. Oh, Giolito on the bump. Nice. What's is the lineup? Are you rolling out there with like actual pieces in the lineup?
Yeah. Tim Anderson, Abreu, Moncada, Jimenez.
We have 5 starters in the lineup.
Sure. Oh yeah, there you go. There he is. Well, I don't know how far ahead or behind I am, but it's a good start to the game for y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the first strikeout for Giolito.
You saw the first strike offered?
First strike out.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy cow.
No.
It was like, I'm way ahead of you.
It's a 1-2 count. It was a 1-2 count.
I got you. Okay, I'm only like probably 15, 20 seconds
Let me
ahead.
get these.
So I'll hit the old pause and play.
Well, the good thing is I don't have like a YouTube TV the way I just regular YouTube.com right now. So
Oh my gosh, so many games on. Oh, is Cleveland?
Oh man, we got. Honestly, I can handle the Bulls fandom. I can handle the Sox fandom. The Blackhawks thing's got to stop. We just got to nip that in the butt immediately.
this team is like too hot right now. I don't really understand it, but I'm all for it.
It's because you played 4 games against the Wings, but also just like, yeah, it's weird.
Well, we've gone toe-to-toe with the Lightning 2 nights in a row, and we're playing them again today.
And that's without what's-his-face is out for the whole year, yeah?
Well, no Doc and no Tabes, and now Seabrook
Yeah,
retired.
Seabrook retired too.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Finally.
Well, you got the only good player in the Rockies out, so there's going to be a 1-2-3 inning clearly.
And Chuck Nasty's coming up.
No, true.
I saw Blackman was in the lineup too.
Yeah, Chuck Nasty.
All right. Is Brian Schlosser here?
That's a good question. Brian, where you at?
Charlie Blackman stinks, Brian.
I don't have the. Do you remember Scott last fall when we were putting up the Charlie Blackman reeks on screen?
Anytime Brian went on HotMic, we would just put Charlie Blackman reeks under his name. He gets so mad.
Okay, I'm just not putting the logo on screen. It's too.
Do you guys remember? When like, it was probably like 2 weeks into 2020, and Blackman was hitting 400, and people were like, "Oh, shortened season, he might hit 400," and then he ended up like barely hitting 300.
He finished with
I
a
remember
330 batting average.
Oh, okay, that's better than I thought. I thought he went down to like 310.
Yeah, I think he was at like 450 at
Did he
one
get
point.
injured or something?
He was, yeah, he did have, yeah, he's never these days, pretty much never not, but yeah, he 2 weeks in, he was the
hottest hitter in the league, yeah. He was the hottest hitter in the league,
Him and Donovan Solano.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna do it for a whole season. Donovan Solano, jeez.
Him and Donnie Barrels.
Other than barrel rating.
Bro, what is the Abreu chucking the ball at Tim Anderson every inning? Where did that come from? What is that? Is it just an inside joke?
They just love to have fun.
It's hilarious. It's literally one of the. It's like I remember one time specifically. they got an inning double play against us in last year, and Abreu pushes his foot off the bag like you're obviously supposed to as first baseman, and then just turns it into a full-on sprint right at Tim Anderson and chucks the ball at him from like 10 feet away. And I just remember being like, "What the hell just happened?" And then I figured out that they do it pretty much at the end of every inning, and now it's a thing. But it's a riot, man.
I think I vaguely remember that.
I just remember being so confused. I was like, "What just happened? What did I just watch?" Like,
Oh my gosh!
I thought they were going at one of our players at first. I thought a fight was happening. I was like, people are sprinting all over the place, and then no, he's just going to screw around with TA. I was like, oh.
Man, setting up the scene collection, I've missed Yu Darvish striking out my team's entire lineup.
Oh man, you gotta go against you. That's got to be a kicker. Oh, it's KC though, not the Cubs. So that makes it a little better.
So
Vermont.
I looked up Charlie Blackmon last year. He was hitting 500 through his first 68 at bats.
Man.
Yeah, 17 games into the season.
I remember that running joke when in 16 when we lost Austin Jackson to injury. There was thoughts of us trading Carson Fulmer for Blackmon back in 16.
Way. Wow.
I saw things like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
we would just stick him out there for Austin Jackson when he got hurt.
Mondesi's about to go Yabo off Darvish. I'm calling it here.
That's a horrible take by you. That is one of your worst takes.
You're right. It is a horrible take. However,
because of how bad Mondesi is, not how good Darvish is.
You got it backwards there.
No, Alberto Mondesi is notable garbage can. Alberto Mondesi.
Yeah, he is awful.
Hey, here's a Babbitt Merchant.
Yeah, there he is.
Babbitt Merchant. He's
Merchant
98th percentile sprint speed. You can't be a Babbitt Merchant.
Oh, I thought we were talking about TA.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. It's just like it.
Oh.
Okay, I'll go on record.
Okay. It's a single. It's a single. Mondesi's just single left Darvish. I'll take it.
Okay, you got a single off him in spring. Do you want a cookie? Okay. Yeah. If Tim Anderson has a really good offensive season again,
he will.
And his BABIP, he won't. And his BABIP stays high. Okay. Then I guess he just he broke baseball and is just he's that solid of a hitter. Oh, Trevor Stoll.
He won the batting title.
Oh, look at that BABIP single.
That literally definition of
off the freaking glove.
Ridiculous. He is, and it's crazy too because I love Tim Anderson the person. I follow him on Instagram. He's cool as hell. I love him as a person. I think he's so good for the game of baseball. But Greg Bird in a Rockies jersey. Jeez, what is his hair, by the way? Anyway, it's just so it's so frustrating in my head, because I loved him as a human being, and then he just makes no sense on a baseball field. He has no business being as good as he's been, given his advanced analytics, and it just drives me up a wall. And so I have to have this constant internal battle of, I love you, but you don't make sense to me.
As a White Sox fan, I don't even think he was ever going to be this good. I mean, a batting title? Are you kidding me?
Sure, for sure.
He made noticeable changes to his swing, though. And that's what kind of relates to where he's getting the success from. If you compare his swing from 18 to 19, it's totally different. His approach is a lot different too.
Up, and then he started. I think he got into more of a crouch.
Yeah.
I remember his hitting stats when he first came up were brutal.
Yeah, I mean, he hit 240 and hit 240 in 18. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't even he was not bad in 17.
And 240 with even still he doesn't draw walks. So 240 with that walk.
Are you serious?
Walk percentage and stuff was Besides the show, good morning, sunshine. It's great to have you on.
There he is. Okay.
What's up, boys? Got a little tied up. I'm here now.
So I returned to setting up. So. Evan, last question I'll answer because I'm about to replace myself with J-Roy here. Evan asked me who's better, Mondesi or a literal baseball bat.
baseball bat.
You guys are all sleeping. I'm telling you.
No, I respect Mondesi. I like Mondesi.
He's killed the White Sox. He's hit a lot of triples off the White
Yeah.
Sox
Oh,
the past couple of
Yeah,
years.
he's got speed.
Jake
for sure.
Arrieta on the mound for the Chicago Cubs.
Oh boy,
Yeah, good luck with that, dude.
what is it,
Hey,
2016?
Cubs aren't paying him $75 million, Jay. Right? I don't know what you want to hear from me.
Y'all are paying him more than he needs.
Yeah,
to be
not
paid.
$75 million more.
8 million or something.
7
like that.
million. Okay, leadoff single, not great.
Who could tell Marte?
Oh, here's the fraudulent MVP. Oh, you hate to see it.
Swinging on a pitch way
What you
outside
got
the
to say about
zone.
that, Wolf?
What's with the disrespect for Abreu?
It's.
I mean, he's a great hitter.
Hey, man.
Come on now.
Hey, he is. He just didn't deserve his MVP. That's all.
Hey, he was the MVP.
No.
Come on.
I mean, he won the award.
Dude, I gotta be honest. After his rookie season, I became a fan of that dude. He raked back then, and like I was just like, this guy can hit.
He was also for like people outside of like how quickly we forget kind of scenario. He was part of that White Sox team like pre kind of tear down, even like when they were like still trying to be right. And Adam Eaton and Cabrera.
Jeff
And like
Samardzija.
still trying to be kind of competitive.
Man, I forgot about Jeff Samardzija.
Jimmy
the White
Rollins.
Sox.
David Robertson.
Jimmy Rollins.
Jimmy Rollins.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Rollins is the goat, man. That dude will be that dude will be first ballot if I have anything to say about it.
Matt Latos was our
gonna
breakout
intervene,
the first
bro.
month.
Oh boy.
Matt Latos was our breakout the first month.
Yeah, he was really good.
I remember in like it was probably like July of one of those years. You guys were like right neck and neck with us in for the divisional standings. Yeah, and then by the end of the year, it was a blowout. And
2016, because I remember people rumoring or talking about the potential of a White Sox Cubs World Series. It was 2016.
Yeah, 16 was.
It was, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Wait, what game are y'all watching?
So we're honestly for the spring, we're kind of just jumping around, just talking about whatever we see, so you can watch whatever. There, obviously, with two White Sox fans, the Sox Rockies game is at the forefront currently, but there's a few good games going around, so you can kind of watch.
Talk about any games you want.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Greg Bird's at bat in the Sox game, though, if you want to check out Greg Bird action.
Yeah, like I'm gonna waste my time watching Greg Bird. Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, swing right through a fastball to strike zone to start. That's good. How the Phillies looking? Oh, 4-0. That's not great.
Yeah, well, it's spring. It doesn't matter. Except for when they win.
There you go. When they win, it matters. When they lose, it doesn't. Absolutely. J. Roy, how you feeling about the Phil's chance in that division this year?
Well, they're two teams that are definitely better than them, which is not a good mix of things.
Not a great start.
If they finish third in that division, I will be happy.
Sure.
And that's perfectly possible.
Yeah, definitely. How was the fan base's reaction in general to the Dombrowski signing or whatever you want to call it, addition?
I think it's positive. I mean, I'm not upset about it. I think the franchise is heading in a decent direction as long as things can continue to just kind of be stay above 500 during these years, and then once we make a move,
For
it's
sure.
over, I'm telling you.
No, I think I had to defend Dombrowski a lot on the timeline after that signing, and as you know, I'm a big Dombrowski defender.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, when he got signed, there were way too many people, in my opinion, kind of talking smack about him. I didn't really like. He's literally won everywhere he's gone. I don't really
Yeah, no, for sure.
understand why anyone thinks that it's a bad move. And especially for a team, I know you guys have a lot of money tied up already, but for a team that he's only like a couple of pieces away from taking that jump from like 500 team to division contender, I think it's like honestly the perfect GM.
Yeah, I know that was basically my thought process with it. Like I literally have no real big problems with it. Clintack was just treading water, not doing anything. Like that he just didn't. Not that he didn't do anything. He just didn't do enough.
For sure,
he didn't make the right moves, and so
we brought in Sam Fold.
Sam Fold,
That's a
baby.
really nice sign. I actually wanted him to be the White Sox manager.
That would definitely have been better than what y'all got.
Oh,
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about La Russa. How are we feeling about Tony so far?
Oh, everybody hated it. There's not a single fan that liked it.
I've learned to embrace it now, though, because he's doing well with the players well. So
I feel better about it now.
I feel better about it now. At the time, it was horrible.
It's definitely going to be a.
The perception changed of him, like right when he spoke out after the DUI came out, when he talked to the team, like in this way he was like, I think with the players and addressing the media, the perception totally changed. But there's still some fans who can't get off the fact that he had the DUI. Like I have a friend who won't give it up, and he still hates the guy like no tomorrow. But like at this point right now, there's really no point in just like dwelling on this. Right. The team is too talented to make that your main focus.
Yeah, the team is talented for sure.
It's that argument, like how much does a manager really cost you in the win column every year in baseball? You know what I mean? Like
they put a good staff around him, so that's what's really keeping me like happy about it, because you put a bunch of guys who were younger, who they didn't keep Don Cooper around, they didn't bring in Dave Duncan, and right. They didn't. I mean, he knows Cairo. He knows like some of the guys that are in that staff, but like they're not like hand-picked guys that he would love to. You know what I mean? That it was all Han doing the hiring for these guys, and they only kept like 2 guys. They kept 3 guys that were on the staff last year: the hitting coach, the first base coach, and the bench coach moved to third base, and they got a new bench coach. So
and Kurt Hassler, bullpen coach.
Oh, Hassler's a bullpen. Yeah, he's back too. Yeah, the bullpen coach. So.
Bullpen coach, baby.
Bullpen coach.
And
then you guys took our assistant hitting coach, so.
Cool ball?
Cool ball.
Yeah. Hinch speaks really highly of him. Hinch is very excited about him.
Yeah, I think they hired someone else. I forget his name, who our assistant hitting coach is. We got someone else, though.
Yeah. The big thing with that's been talked about with honestly, like it's like totally unfair. Like he's the hitting coach of the whole team, yet everybody only cares about what he's going to do with Nomar Mazara. That's all anybody cares about. Right, exactly. Like everybody's just like, oh, like this is going to be his second year with him now, like, and Nomar has all that untapped power, obviously, but his launch angle is garbage. So like, what's like. Everybody, like he's the hitting coach of the whole team, yet it almost feels like if Nomar Mazara sucks, that everyone's just gonna be like, yeah, this dude blows. Like it's totally not fair. But I mean, that's definitely one of the biggest things people are looking at to start out.
I heard the Tigers were thinking of a package for Skubal, and
I already know this is fake, and you haven't even said it. I already know this isn't real.
I heard something about it. They said they wanted to get rid of Mize and like.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure, you're spot on, man.
Trade Spencer Torkelson, yeah.
It was all to the Phillies, right? For
yeah.
Right?
I heard their asking price was Kingery and a couple picks.
Kingery and cash considerations. I heard that was it, yeah. The Tigers are really high on Kingery. J. Roy, how do you feel about Kingery?
Dude, I've given up on that dude.
Oh man, come on. Remember how you used to stand him? Come on.
Okay, I'm joking. Okay, I'm joking a little bit. He was god awful last year, but shorten Mickey Mouse season. So
Mickey Mouse season, yeah, for sure.
So I mean, I'll give him another chance this year, but if he continues to be like a 75 weighted runs created plus hitter, then like I'm gonna have to adjust my loyalties a little bit.
Evan says, serious question for Mr. Roy. Is Scott Kingery the most attractive Phillies player?
Oh man, my mind went right to Bryce. I don't know.
I feel like Bryce is probably the way to go with that.
Yeah, my mind went right to Bryce.
Fair.
Maybe like McCutcheon. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that's a decent pull too.
No, but Kingery definitely a decent looking dude. I just wish the good Lord had given him some baseball talent.
The good Lord had given him some talent.
He's a good utility player in the sense he can play a lot of positions moderately well, but
Sure.
that's when he's not hitting, that's all he's giving you.
No, that's fair. My other question to you, Jay Roy, would be what are the odds that Bryce Harper repeats 2015 this year?
Oh my God! I'd minus 500. I've never been more confident of anything. Think about it. As far as placing bets on who will win NL MVP, he's got to be in your top 5. He's gotta. I mean, he just has to. After the season he had last year, Mookie will be there. I could see Yelich coming back strong again this year. Then assuming Soto still has Soto, Acuna, fine. We'll throw them 2 in there. And then Bryce, I'm going Bryce at number 5. Bellinger's washed. He's
washed at 24.
He's not a big time hitter.
He can't rent a car legally yet, but he's washed.
Right.
That shoulder's going to hamper him all season.
Cody Bellinger noted, not big time hitter.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
That's a take of a lifetime right there.
That was you, right? That was you, right?
Yeah.
Bellinger, we added you. I was hot mic in that game when he homered, and I led the troops to all go at you. Second he got homered. No, but so Horwath, or not Horwath. I have Horwath on the brain now. Bellinger. Bellinger can't legally rent a car yet is washed. Okay, so we have him.
He's not even 25 yet?
I think this is 25, I think, right?
Oh, man, he's still pretty young. His rookie season feels like it was 8 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's only 24 still.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Carson Fulmer designated for a sign. Man, Carson Fulmer.
Oh.
That Carson Fulmer, anytime he gets brought up, just makes me wish Laz was here. Because Laz.
Did y'all see yesterday when Peyton was trying to talk about Carson Fulmer and he said Carson Palmer?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, bro, this dude's got the 2002 USC Trojans on his mind. What is he talking about?
This dude's talking about the Bengals for real. What's going on here? Carson Fulmer. It was actually when he was a Tiger for a week. I actually had pretty high hopes, and then
wasn't he beating us in that game too? He beating Engel and beating somebody else.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. People were freaking out because he was hitting people.
I hate this team. They gave up how much they're beating players.
That's what everybody thought. Yeah.
Why don't you go beat the coaching staff? Don't beat Engel.
And then we cut him.
And
he went in a 60-game season. In a 60-game season, he played for 3 different teams.
Oh, he actually didn't even play with us.
Oh, that's even better.
I mean, he spring training. He wasn't even in summer camp with us.
How, man? Because there were really high hopes at one point.
He was
I remember out of college.
I mean, his stuff is really good. It's just he just can't throw a strike.
He had better stats than Walker and Vandy.
His mechanics are the most whack thing I've ever seen in my life.
I still believe that Don Cooper wrecked him.
Mm.
His
Him and
lineup
Rodon-
is even more crazy when he.
Rodon, big time.
Yeah. Yeah, his release is all
They were
over
even
the place.
more wacky when he came into the league. He adjusted them a little bit, but it was very odd.
His delivery changed every year, and he kept like messing with them.
Mhm.
Like they rushed him up like too fast. So
Yeah.
that's what I think too. They rushed both of them up too fast. Honestly, Rodon too. I think they thought they were competing. They just thrusted them right into that rotation each year.
His career highlight is striking out Albert Pujols in like his first batter face. The only thing I can remember about his career.
Yeah, he. I remember when we picked him up, the fan base, being a team in our situation with our roster, we were like, oh, like that, it's a former first rounder that has some upside. Like maybe we can work with him, whatever. And then it took like 3 appearances, and we were all like, okay, this dude could not hit water if he fell out of a boat. And then he got cut after he beamed like half the White Sox lineup. He got cut.
I was at that game when he against the Indians at the end of the year in 2019, and he gave up like 7 runs like in the first inning or something like that. It was like 11-0 by like the 3rd inning, and he started.
Man,
like I'm like I paid money for this game. there was like nobody everybody started leaving. It was like 11-0 in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, he's definitely got some mechanics.
Then I went to a Bill Kobe start like earlier that year too. I was even more tortured. But then I went to like the last game of the year. Steve's supposed to pitch, and they ended up scratching him for Jose Ruiz because he had like a.
Oh, I was at that game too.
Yeah, he had like a shoulder injury. I'm like, why is Ruiz starting a game?
Yeah, that was the game. Roy. Walker had 2 home runs.
Yeah,
that was
only
the
2 homers of the season.
Matthew started this. He says if the Phillies were a food, they'd be a 4-week-old milk with lemon juice in it. To where Diego just then added on and fueled the fire and said they would be the pineapple picked off the pizza.
Nah, both of them are getting too comfortable.
Get a little too comfortable in the comment section.
Yeah, man.
J-Roy, you might have to intervene, bro.
Yeah, if I was in charge of this site, things would be different around here. There would be no.
I have never believed anything more than if J-Roy was in charge of Diamond Digest, things would be different. I have never been more confident about a take being correct.
You say one wrong thing in the Discord, you're gone for like a week. Then you have a chance to prove yourself again. But
you get exiled to the other server where you have to earn your spot back to the main.
Yeah, you have to go to the fan server.
It's like getting relegated in soccer. Right, exactly. Y'all better quit talking head for real.
Yeah. They're not wrong. Why can't I see the chat? Is that like a feature, like you're gonna be allowed to see that?
No, so if you I'm like watching our own streams. Like I
okay. Yeah, that's probably
okay, so let's the over-unders have been coming out this week a lot for over this week and next week.
Oh, yeah.
The site. J-Roy, I saw you were on the
NL East one.
Right. Who has been released so far?
I
saw you do someone. I don't remember who it was.
I know the Phillies. We released that one on the first day.
Right. Yeah, we definitely saw
that. Might be the only one. I'm actually not sure.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm pretty
sure it was the Phillies one, yeah.
Phillies were at 82.5. I took the slight over on it. Legally, I feel like I had to.
Yeah, you have to.
I had to talk myself into it somehow. It was tough. I'm not gonna lie, but
you gotta stick on that.
I had to go with
it. And then I did the AL Central one, but we did the Twins. Okay, so the Twins were at like I don't even remember on it. I think they were in the high 80s, and we all took the over. For the White Sox fandom here, is it like division or bust? Or is it still like this is kind of a growth year as well, and we're still kind of reaching our peak thing? Or is it like we need to be competitive now and it's ridiculous?
World
They need to win the
bust.
division.
World Series are bust.
For sure. So this is my personal outlook on the division. I don't think a wild card team is coming out of the AL Central. So like I think yeah, so I think you pretty much have to I
can see the White Sox and Twins both making it.
I see the AL East is just too. It's possible. It's definitely not. It's definitely not.
I'm not too high on the Blue Jays. I'm not too high on the Blue Jays, and the Rays. Obviously, they lost Snell and Morton.
Right, for sure.
The Yankees.
They'll make Waka and
a bunch of
Archer into something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rays effect, but.
Yeah, the Yankees will definitely. The Yankees will definitely take it. Yeah, there's definitely a world where the Twins and Sox both make it. That would require a very down year from Cleveland and kind of the floor of the Royals. Like you're not going to have all four of those teams being like around the 80 win mark if you got two teams making the playoffs from it. But yeah, that's definitely feasible. I think, man, I just keep.
Go ahead.
No, I just keep going back to the La Russa hire, man, and just how not that it'll have a huge, like I said, not that it'll have a huge like win-loss total thing, but like, that's just so wild to me. That's just.
It sounds like the players have bought in. Like Tim Anderson has said, "Yeah, I'm going to get along with this guy."
I've heard that, which is good. Considering his past, that's definitely a good thing.
No, I've not seen. I mean, obviously, no player's going to pass their manager to the media. I mean, you might. I mean, no one's said anything where there's like any indication there's going to be an issue. And plus, there's players here that like. I mean, Lynn played it from his rookie year, so I mean, it's hard to really judge. But like, I don't know. I really don't see. There's an issue, at least so.
Yeah. No, it definitely looks promising.
Like I said, I'd be more worried if they brought in more like they gave him free reign of who was his pitching coach, who was his hitting coach, all these things. Right. That's where I would get a little bit more worried. But
that's fair.
Who would you say is better, the White Sox or the Twins?
White Sox.
See, I would be on the island then. I think the Twins are still winning the division, and not that I think that like I mean that's first round sweep. Like I don't think the Twins. You know, I've no faith in the Twins to win a playoff game. Again. Right? Yeah, but I don't know. Honestly, like admittedly, it's partially. I'm a very like I have to see it kind of to like believe it thing. I'm not gonna like I've heard about the White Sox for the last like 5 years of my life now being a fan of another team in that division. Like, hey, just wait. Like it's gonna be their time. It's gonna be their time. It's gonna be their time. Like it's right and for sure. And it's just been like I've heard about it for so long that I'm in a situation where I'm not saying that they're not going to be good or anything. I totally. I have a very good understanding of what the situation they're in, but like I'm just very much I've heard about it so much that I'm gonna have to actually see a full 162 of them playing at that like 90 win level for me to believe that they're there. That's all.
I think the White Sox definitely have more upside. Like if Michael Kopech, if Dylan Cease, if they could find it, I mean they could be 100-win team. Especially if the offense performs like how it has the past 2 years.
Yeah, I'm a huge like floor and ceiling guy. I don't like picking like exact win totals. I'm a big floor and ceiling person. I think the Twins have a higher floor, but I think the Sox have probably the highest ceiling and honestly easily probably the highest ceiling in the division. It's just I think their floor is a little lower than some people, in my eyes, a little lower than some people might realize. But that floors and ceilings often. Neither get met more times than not. They'll probably be somewhere in the middle. So
we do have some high floor players. Nick Madrigal, Andrew Vaughn's going to debut this year.
I love Andrew Vaughn. I love
high floor player
for sure.
Dallas Keuchel, Lance Lynn are safe bets.
Yeah, Keuchel scares me.
He looked really good last year. I don't care what any
Yeah,
numbers. He was good last year.
great.
1.99.
He was better than expected though last year, honestly.
Yeah.
His
He's not gonna be that good, though.
His Sierra was like double his ERA, and I know that's you can argue about whether advanced analytics all day, but like
And his back was barking the whole season too.
Yeah.
He basically pitched through a bad back.
Right. Yeah, they definitely have some high, and I love Andrew Vaughn. I wanted him to fall to the Tigers at 5 that year. I'm very glad we got Green, so I'm not losing sleep over it these days. But he was insane at California. He was like a 1300 OPS his 1 year at Cal. Man, he was unreal.
Like I wanted them to bring in a DH, but I was never worried about Vaughn taking that spot this year. I know he's going to be good. I'm not worried about him at all. Like that's like the least of my worries. The lineup. My worry is the back end of the rotation. So it's not like I had no worries about Vaughn, but I thought they would still bring in a DH.
Yeah, like even Edwin.
Isn't he still out there?
Yeah, he might be done if he doesn't sign a contract, but he still wants to play.
He wants to get the 500 homers or 400 homers.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
I think it's 500 homers like that.
I thought it was super interesting as him. Like I said, I have a lot of faith in Vaughn. I think he's going to be really good. But if you can get Edwin for cheap, I mean, why not? Like there's that doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anybody to bring.
I think he wants to play. He doesn't want to get replaced in a month or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Vaughn was trying to get up. There was talk of Vaughn, being on the playoff roster. He was on the taxi squad with the team in Oakland. I mean, he was really pushing to take that spot, but they wanted to keep playing him. So
for sure. For sure.
Who has been y'all's favorite White Sox manager ever?
Ozzie Guillen.
Okay, that's what I figured the answer would be.
I'm gonna be honest. I really liked Ricky Renteria, like right when the rebuild started. Like he was the perfect manager for it, but last year especially, that ruined it for me.
His flaws were exposed. He's a player manager. He can't make decisions.
He's the perfect manager for young players because he would pull guys out of the game if they did and hustle down the line, stuff like that.
There was never an issue in the clubhouse. Like when Vernon Turner was here, this team could not even get along. And now the whole team was like a family under Renteria. Like when Renteria was fired, the whole team was upset. Yeah. So it took a while for them to understand why he was fired. And then the whole offseason before no one even met La Russa, everyone was skeptical about it. Once they talked, they felt better about it. But there was some skepticism of Tim when he first got hired too. There was so.
Sure.
But
yeah, the man, I remember those Ozzie Guillen teams, those battles we used. The Leland versus Ozzie days were elite. That's like peak baseball, bro. Ozzie Guillen versus Jim Leland, just firing back and forth. That was elite baseball there.
It was awesome this year because on NBC Sports Chicago they played a lot of 2005 games during that 3-month layoff. So it was awesome to get to watch those games again.
Yeah,
that's so fun to watch. The 2005 White Sox.
Yeah, the Fox Sports Detroit did the same thing with the 06 team. Mm-hmm. They played a lot of 06 and then obviously the 2011 to 2014 games as well. And then MLB Vault did that cool thing where they dropped 100 full games. None of them were Tigers games, so they dropped 120 games. Not a single one was a Tigers game, but it was super cool just to be able to go back at the early times of quarantine and just go back and rewatch a lot of those big games is super cool.
I think Leland was on the Russa's staff in the 80s there.
Yeah, they were. They still are to this day, very, very close friends.
Yeah.
Because I remember when La Russa first retired, he retired right after 11, right? So he retired from the Cards, and then Leland was still our manager for 2 more years. and LaRusso was a special assistant at Tiger Spring Training for the next 2 years until Leland then retired as well. But yeah, they always have been and still are very, very close friends. Jim Leland smoking cigs in the dugout. Go.
That's like TLR off a handle in the dugout.
Jeez.
Or a wine glass, whatever.
For real. Wow, Diego says White Sox employ a good manager challenge.
Oh,
That's a tough look. That's a tough look.
I really wanted like Sam Fold or AJ Pierzynski. Those are my two top guys.
What was the feeling when? I mean, obviously, you know, you got the Russo when you did. You got him pretty early on in the process, but like, I thought my interpretation of the market was that like Hinch to the White Sox was pretty much a done deal.
yeah.
That's what everyone thought.
It was for me. It was Hinch or Cora at the time.
Yeah,
and I mean, I was in shock when they fired Renter. I thought they gave him a full 162. And then like the next day, Bob Nightingale comes out with the Russo story, and every fan took it of a smoke screen that he was just a name that was floating out there so they can do their own search. No one would know who they were getting. So every team would, you know, oh, they got their guy. They're not going to go get it when they went go under the rug and probably go get somebody. Then you know, I think it was like about a week and a half later, he was the manager. Like I was not going to believe it. Like even the Wikipedia page was saying LaRusso's the manager before he was even hired. So like,
I think it was like 90% certain that AJ Hinch was going to be the next manager for the White Sox.
That's what
and
I
then
thought.
Just straight out of left field, here comes Tony La Russa.
And then you find out that Hinch didn't even like get a call really. Like it wasn't even like close. Like it was just we're like, for whatever reason, Jerry was just apparently he's been losing sleep for the last 40 years about how he fired La Russa in like the 70s and wanted to make what the hell is going on. Like,
yeah, they interviewed one other guy, Willie Harris, the 05 game-winning hit guy from Game 4. I mean, you can call it basically the Rooney Rule while he was interviewed.
Right. Right.
And the Cubs bring him in as the third base coach. So.
Well, they still brought him in. I guess.
Yeah.
That's that was. I was almost more surprised that it wasn't Hinch than I was surprised it was La Russa, if that makes sense.
And like
I was so certain AJ Hinch was going to be their manager.
Like I'm pretty sure I saw La Russa said no at first. Like Jerry had to call him twice to like convince him. So like.
Yeah.
You should have taken that as a sign.
That day when he was hired is like Han's speech was like he didn't even want to be there. He's like, it is believed that it's like it is believed that La Russa is the guy for the job. Like it wasn't even his choice.
Right, exactly.
He was superseded by his owner. But it's before camp opened, you could tell that like I don't know if he's just faking it, but it seemed like he's all in with La Russa like the whole time. I don't know. I really don't know what Jerry does in that.
I don't think anyone does.
I don't know if he's brainwashing all Kenny and Rick. I don't know. Like I don't get it.
His 2020 was a wild one. That man had a wild 2020 with all the stuff coming out about him. Yeah.
Like I was worried he would like resign. Honestly, people were worried he would resign because he got superseded by his boss.
Who, Han? Yeah.
People were worried he would resign.
The Mets. People thought he was going to go to the Mets,
right?
Because they had the opening there,
right?
Or even like the Angels have an opening too. I think.
Just
yeah.
From an outsider, and I'm imagining it's probably the same feeling, but like with someone who's executed this rebuild as well as he has, how you like just step in front of him in line and just go like, no, I'm going to make this decision, like this big important decision, like I'm going to make it, even though you've almost had a perfect rebuild and you're like considered to be one of the best GMs in the sport, like I'm going to take control of this one.
And
like,
he won executive of the year.
Yeah.
He's executed a near flawless rebuild, and Jerry was just like, nope, this one's mine. Take a back seat. Like that's so like I don't know. I feel like with he should have had probably a lot more trust in Han to make that decision than just. I have the best GM on this call, though. So.
Al Avila?
Al Avila.
It was a joke, everyone. It was a joke. He's the worst. Okay, I hate him. It was a joke.
Really?
I've heard a lot of good things about Chris Fetter, thoho.
Oh, I'm so pumped, man.
Like people wanted him to come here before we hired Katz.
No, he's people have tried to poach him from. He's been the pitching coach at right. He's been the pitching coach at U of M for years now, and he's only 35 too. But yeah, people have been trying to poach him from U of M for years. He's widely considered to be one of the best pitching coaches just out there. Period. And so it was awesome that apparently he was always waiting for the Tigers job. It was either U of M or the Tigers and nobody else. He's grown up.
He didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave Michigan at all. He loves Detroit.
Yeah, so that was super cool, and it's definitely I'm super excited. We're already seeing some small stuff. Matt Boyd changed his release point. He credits that to Fetter. Like we're a week into camp, but we're already seeing his effect on the team. So that's super cool.
Scott, you better put some respect on Avila's name because his son was y'all's franchise catcher for a while.
For 1 year, J. Roy. 1 year.
White Sox legend, Alex Avila.
Alex Avila. He was 2016.
White Sox literally just get all of our catchers after they leave us.
I think he was like Chris Sale's catcher a little bit.
Where is Alex Avila right now?
He signed with the Nats.
The Nats.
Oh, Nats, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
He should get some good playing time with Yan Gomes.
Apparently, the final two were the Nationals and the Tigers, and he did not pick his dad's team.
You guys got Wilson Ramos. That should be fun.
Well, he probably wanted to win.
Yes, that definitely helps.
The Nationals are going to they'll get Strauss back. So
yeah, no, the Nats will be.
It's going to be healthy too.
Well, oh, that was a weird. I thought that ball was a home run because no fielder was moving, and instead it was a foul, like down the first base.
Yeah, I just saw that. I see what you mean.
Payne said this man really said franchise catcher Alex Avila.
I mean,
His 2011 is low key insane. He had an over 900 OPS.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
and he was young too.
That dude was
He throws a lot of walks.
Oh yeah, that's why I
He's a
love
very
him.
patient hitter.
He is one of the best walk rates in baseball every single year. Decent, like okay power every once in a while. Average defender, but draws walks like crazy. Yeah. Got us Jamer too, so respect. That's Ferda.
How do you think the Tigers are going to do this year?
I have someone asked me for a exact win-loss total, and I said 61 and 101. So that should tell you. I'll tell you.
I think the Royals might be the team that might get past. The Royals could be a third-place team. Their lineup is kind of sneaky, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Royals. The Royals definitely had a. I really like the Royals off season. I still really like Cleveland's pitching way too much to put the Royals ahead of them. I think, but you're totally right. I think the Tigers remained pretty much at the same caliber, whereas every single team, except Cleveland, every single team in the division, every other team got better. And then Cleveland is already just so much better that even though they probably got worse, they're still way better than you. So, like, I really don't see any way we do better than, like, 97 losses.
Cleveland definitely got worse.
For
Oh, yeah,
sure, but
Lindor.
they're still way better than Detroit.
Yeah,
in my
no,
opinion.
I agree.
They're a third or fourth place team, so
For sure. For sure.
I mean, Savali and Plesac is a good 1, 2, 3 with Bieber, so Savali's not
And
bad.
Tristan McKenzie.
And McKenzie.
McKenzie's good too. I forget about him.
You can go
Shack in
so
the bullpen.
deep, man. Their pitching is on. I think they have. I don't even think it's close. I think they have the best pitching in the division.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe in the American League even.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Honestly.
if you take a look, I mean, the Astros got a pretty good rotation, although they just lost Valdez.
I actually dropped that take on a This Week in Baseball podcast last year, and I don't know. I quickly regretted it.
What? That the Cleveland had the best rotation in the American League?
because then like a week later, Brad Hand had one of the worst outings I've ever seen in my life. And they lost to the Yankees, and I felt like a fool.
Yeah,
we were watching that game in VC. I don't even remember. It was like Peter, and Peter was like on edge, like because he was going through it, obviously. Brad Hand walked like 3 people, then he like gave up a single up the middle. Like I was in shock. I was like, Brad Hand's been good all year.
Yeah, that's I don't know, man. I think there's definitely an argument that they have the best pitching staff in the American League. It's just that it's canceled out by having one of the worst offenses in all of baseball, probably.
Oh yeah,
I like Josh Naylor. I think he's gonna break out this year.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I mean, they got some good pieces. Ramirez.
They still have J. Ram and
Mill. They got Mill. Eddie Rosario.
I wonder if they're going to face any type of like punishment though for what happened last night. But I mean, they kept Plesac and like Clevenger away for like weeks when they got in trouble. So I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like for at least the next week, Reyes and J. Ram will be away from the team. But I don't know how long.
That's their offense. I mean, you're lucky it's only enough in spring where it shouldn't be a big deal, but still.
For sure.
Like if this was like just like the opening week, it'd be bad.
Yes, absolutely. That's really what their whole. I mean, they with their pitching, man, they still have the ceiling to fight around and maybe even go at that division again. I'm not saying their offense is so low that I'm not saying it's likely, but like just if they can just get a few guys to pull their weight offensively, I mean that team is still very far from being like out of the division contention.
Pitching wins games.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Their bullpen's a little thin though this year.
I agree. Their bullpen's not as strong as it was.
They lost a couple guys.
Yeah, they did. It also depends, obviously, on the status of J. Ram as the season goes on. I mean, if he's trade bait, then obviously that's they probably don't trade him if they're competitive though at the same time. So. He'll probably go just as the team goes, is what his status will be determined by.
He's a very streaky player.
Yes, incredibly.
He had like one of like the worst first halves, I think, a couple years ago, and then he was like
2019
game. I don't know if I'd go that far. I think he was just like he tried to fix his swing and it ended up backfiring. I don't know if that just has like a very negative connotation to say he's like incredibly straight. Like, I mean, he is like a top 10 player in the league, I think. I mean, I don't.
That's a little
I would
lofty.
say top 10, but top 20.
Yeah, he definitely had that. I think that was 2019. Either 2019 or 2018. He did have that horrific start to 2019. But yeah, he's definitely still up there when everything's going right, obviously.
He won the season before that, I'm pretty sure. It was something like that.
Yeah, he's still damn good, that's for sure. And then Franmil,
Yeah, he's a good hitter.
Yeah, he hit one ball into the camera well of Comerica Park. That's 420 to dead center, and he hit it like half. And he also on top of that, it wasn't like it went into the bushes. Like he hit the camera well, which is above the bushes at the 420 mark. Like he hit the ball like 480 feet dead center. It was nutty. It was off Carson Fulmer, I think.
Really?
I think so. I think that's right.
Probably was.
Yes.
Is Comerica the deepest center field right now?
It is now that the Hill in Houston's gone. Yep, it's the biggest park, I think, in general. I think
Colorado has the biggest outfield, at least.
Yes, yeah, Colorado's got the doubles frenzy for sure. But yeah, the as far as deepest dimensions, I'm pretty sure Comerica is the biggest because it has 420 to dead center, and it's not like the Boston's 420 where like it just jets out at one spot and then the rest is like shallow, or like that whole back wall is all 420, and then it even goes deeper at one point. So yeah, it's definitely up there.
With Trevor Story up here, what do you guys think the Rockies are going to do with him this year? Are they going to trade him? Hold on to him?
He's not going to accept any money from them. No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. No way.
I think he gets moved.
I agree.
Yeah, you got to trade him. You got to get something for him.
They can't let him walk. No way.
Yeah, for sure. It's wild. Like, I mean, we could talk about the Arenado trade all day, but like I was talking about this with Christian and John the other day. I'm not sure there's another team in baseball, and I have a hard time wording this, so bear with me. But like, if you went back 5 years ago, okay, if you got put in a coma and you woke up today, is there any other team in baseball that would be like where your fandom would lie? Is there any other fandom in baseball that would be more disappointed looking back or waking up in their current situation 5 years removed from being put in a coma? So like 5 years ago, Colorado has Story coming up, Arenado long term, Rogers is super highly regarded. They have Gray just had a pretty like okay-ish like year for pitching standards out there. They made the playoffs, 17 or maybe even soon. Was it 18?
It was 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So they were in the wild card game.
Right.
17 and 18, I think it was. Right.
So you're setting up. You're growing to a playoff team. You have all these young kids coming up. Rogers, Story, Gray. You have Arenado long term and Dahl. You know, as like he's coming up like and Detroit. Then right. Yes, Dahl to Detroit. So, like, you have all this going for you, and then you wake up today, you only have Trevor Story. He's about to get traded. Everyone else is gone, and you're considered to be one of, if not the worst team in baseball, and you did not even get past the NLDS in your the 2 times you made the playoffs in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, their management's just terrible.
Right, yeah. Exactly. Like, the only other one that rivals it would be, like, the Pirates are reasonably similar. Like 5 years ago, the Pirates. The Pirates still had like Kutch and were and that outfield was still intact. That really good outfield they had for so long was still solid. They still had Cole and Tyone, and Glass now. So that the Pirates are definitely up there as well. But yeah, I think like the Tigers, like 5 years ago we sucked, now we suck. You know what I mean? Like what? You know what I mean? Like it's like whatever.
You got a plan.
Right. Like 5 years ago we sucked with no prospects, and now we suck with prospects. Like you know what I mean? Like it's like whatever.
I can think of one team that's in a worse situation than probably the Rockies, the Phillies.
Wow, J-Roy. J-Roy.
I don't know about that.
I don't think old Andy Horwath knows what he's talking about.
He said I might have to intervene, is what he said.
The Phillies were like one of the first teams to rebuild, like after the Cubs and Astros, and it's like look at them now. They haven't even won a division.
Yeah, J-Roy.
I mean, that is very true. I mean,
their bullpen was historically bad last year.
Oh my gosh, dude, that bullpen was so
the
bad.
bullpen probably cost him 10 games in that 61 season.
They almost made the playoffs last year.
Yeah, they were in it up until the last week of the season.
Yeah, man.
I know.
I mean, their offense is really good. It's just their pitching staff.
Wow.
Even their starting rotation has a lot of questions.
Rudy says White Sox haven't won a division since their rebuild either, by the way.
Really? They're set up to be a division stalwart.
All because we try to call for down out of the
bullpen.
That Philly, I'm pretty sure. Who wrote the Phillies?
Season preview?
Yeah.
Sean.
Oh, yeah, Sean Huff, yeah. I'm pretty sure he said in his article that the Phillies, in a 60-game season, all the Phillies bullpen pieces together combined for like over a -2 WAR.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Bro. I believe it.
They traded for Brandon Workman and Free and somebody else too, I think. And even those guys.
I mean, if you had given them the Dodgers pen, they would have won the World Series.
Okay, let's go down a lot of it. Holy cow. Let's take a breather, J-Roy.
Assuming that the Dodgers get the Phillies bullpen.
Oh, right. There you go. Wow, that's a take. That's a take.
I don't know, man.
And you look at the Phillies like this year, they haven't even gotten better. I mean, they just re-signed JT Realmuto.
Yeah, they got a couple arms, okay.
I mean, that's about it.
They restocked their bullpen pretty well, I think.
Archie Bradley and Jose Alvarado. Other than that, it's a bunch of no-names.
And Coonrod, he's a good pitcher. I mean,
they brought in like 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah, well, I don't think you know what you're talking about, but
I mean, that division is going to be the most competitive division in baseball. But I still think the Braves got the Braves. I think it's the Braves and the
really
Mets are going to have
I
a
think
division now.
they're the best team. The depth that they have because of Cohen, like they have like 20 arms that could be major league relievers.
Yeah, I think the Braves are the best team.
That they have.
Yeah, I don't get that 82 and 80 per quota projection on the Braves. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all either.
Their bullpen has gotten a lot worse.
Their starting pitching is really good. They'll have Soroka back too pretty soon.
They brought in Morton.
Drew Smiley.
Smiley might be okay.
Tigers legend.
Anderson and Wright. And they're going to get Soroka. They're going to have a healthy Soroka back. So.
Drew Smiley's a glorified Doug Fister, okay? I mean,
also a Tigers legend.
Doug Fister was really good at one time.
He was really good for the Tigers.
Doug Fister's entire Tigers tenure was phenomenal. Yeah, he was
Didn't Doug Fister pitch like just 2 years ago for like the Athletics?
I think I don't know if it was for the A's. I don't remember, but I know he retired relatively, like a lot more recently than you would think. Yeah.
No, he pitched for the Texas Rangers in 2018.
There you go.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was on the Rangers.
So Rudy brings up to the 5 years ago question. He says, if you start after the World Series, the Cubs are in consideration for that question as well.
I thought about the Cubs.
If as long as you start after the 2016 World Series, that's because everybody thought that was like a dynasty in the making. That was a really good young team, and they just really haven't done anything since then.
Nothing good has happened to that franchise since then.
Holy crap!
Wow, that was a nice little rip there.
Yeah, I think Rick Hahn really learned from the Cubs, in that the Cubs waited till after they won the World Series to talk extensions with all their players.
Right.
So they waited till the peak, where the White Sox, right, they've signed Eloy and Robert to extensions before they even reached the majors. Tim Anderson as well. Possibly they'll do Vaughn. So I think
Anderson got his deal after the first year of his season. He got a deal in 17.
Yeah. Really
but he was doing this early. He signed Sale, he signed Eaton, he signed Katana. He was doing this even before the rebuild.
I think we just lost Jay Roy.
I think that's what's made him one of the best GMs because he was able to get so much back for Sale and Eaton because of those team-friendly contracts.
I mean, deals for sale. There was deals with the Rangers. They were trying to get. I think Mazzara was in a package.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Joey Gallo, Nomar Mazzara,
and Profar.
Profar, yeah.
And then there was a deal for Benintendi over Makata.
Oh yeah.
Well, you guys picked the right one, by the way.
The Red Sox would not trade Benintendi. They would not move him. And then they spent 32.
J-Roy, where'd you go, bro?
I don't know. My thing just cut out.
Well, you're back now, buddy.
Benintendi was ranked the number one prospect, and Moncada was second when we made that deal.
I mean, Moncada made a pretty penny. He signed for like 32.5 with the.
He had a big.
I think Moncada had the record.
Robert was just behind him at 27, but.
Wow. The Blackhawks just blew a 3-0 lead in a period, by the way.
Yeah.
You love to see that, truly.
I have it on their screen.
Payne says he's still angry that the Yankees didn't sign Moncada. I remember his sweepstakes being a huge deal when he came over.
Well, Dominguez is going to be a freak.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's no way that kid's 17, by the way.
That kid looks like he's like 25. Like he looks like Aaron Donald. He's huge. He's like a mini Stanton. He's huge.
Yes, he is massive.
He can go play football right now. He's ridiculous.
He is. It's honestly unreal.
Should be a linebacker somewhere. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people really saying that Elijah is the next big thing for the Sox. So like he's like better than Tatis Jr. A lot. Like he's.
I think it's all in the name. I don't think there's any factual evidence.
Like his dad said he's better than Tatis Jr. Miguel Sano said it like this last week.
Really?
And they gave Han legit gave him a no trade clause. Like he just put it. He's like
That's really bold.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 18 right now, and all I've seen is BP of him. He hasn't. Well,
How far away is he?
Oh, he's probably 4 or 5 years.
At least 2-3 years. If he's 18, if he has a Soto
he's only 18. Yeah, sure.
If he has a Soto extension, he's
like
like
his brother.
2
Should be
years.
2 to 3 years.
So what does he play short as well? Because then, what's the future of that infield look like?
He's a shortstop right now. The only way I see him ever breaking with the Sox is they make him into a second baseman. Because
Anderson's going to get moved off as shortstop within the next couple of years.
Yeah, I would believe that.
He's never shown that he's a even good defender at shortstop.
Yeah, he's not.
He had really good range and stuff, but
I mean, he had a +3 DRS last year. He got better. I mean, he's been working on it, but he's still not great. But he's been working on it.
It's just a couple of lapses, in a season could, ruin everything that he did. I think it's he's got to stay focused.
Man, who I thought would be a lot better is Miguel Sano.
Yeah, man, he was really super hyped up. I remember people saying that he was like. I remember when he
he could have been like the next Stanton, pretty much.
Yeah, when he first came up, people, especially having to play him as much as we do, that man, Twins fans were all talking all that talk when he first came up. Man, it was this guy. is going to be like people were saying that he was the next Tigers killer, like he was just going to come in and dominate our franchise and stuff, and like he's definitely been
good,
right.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
been
the
a
thing is,
solid
like, if
player.
you look at the leaderboards, like every year, like he's in the top like 5% of like exit velo, hard hit
For sure.
percentage.
I would love to see him in a home run derby. That's got to
Yeah,
happen.
for sure.
In a game. Oh yeah, every time. Third deck, second deck shots.
Yeah, I mean, he's no Bucks.
When because they were obviously not good at that point in time when the Tigers were really good. I remember people saying, "Oh, the Twins are gonna like take the Tiger spot at like top of the entire American League with this like Buxton coming up and everything." And people, oh my gosh, I remember the hype around him was absolutely insane.
Yeah, there was a time where like you could have told me that in their careers, Buxton and Profar will combine for 250 WAR. I would have been like, yeah, obviously. Like I would have been like, of course they will. Like,
dude, Profar had hella hype too, man. That's
dude,
a
oh
good
my
call.
God. He was the biggest Rangers prospect since like
ever.
Josh Hamilton.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, he was with the Reds though before.
Right.
Since A-Rod, like.
Yeah, man. Well, even A-Rod wasn't even a prospect for them. I mean, A-Rod was established like prospect, like minor league prospect, probably the biggest since Pudge.
Duh, yeah.
Did he started with the Rangers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yvonne did.
I mean, yeah, gosh, man. He was so hyped. Holy cow.
He was like the top prospect for what, like 4 years in a row? It was like insane.
Yeah, it was at least 2 as well. Yeah. And he's found a nice. I mean, he'll never be what he was hyped to be, but he's found a nice little like niche doing. You know,
he was good with the Padres.
Right, he was solid. He was solid.
Who's the starting second baseman for the Padres? Kim or Cronenworth? Like I feel like he's like the third option.
Yeah, I think it's Cronenworth, huh?
It's probably going to be Cronenworth. Yeah.
That was a weird thing when they brought in Kim, because like that's like a straight competition now. So
yeah, that's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be super interesting.
And the kid is right there in Rookie of the Year, like with talks. I mean, and then it's bringing Kim.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy when the Padres win like 98 games and have to play in a wild card game.
And they're gonna lose to like the Cardinals.
They're gonna. It's just gonna. We talked about this in the last segment. They're gonna win like 98 to 100 games and get just out of luck, get put in the wild card because the Dodgers, and then they're gonna go against the Mets and lose to DeGrom in the wild card game. They're gonna put together like an 100-win season and not make the ALDS or the NLDS. That's why I think Quinn said in chat earlier, he's like, yeah, if you're a Padres fan, you got to be a Mets fan because you don't want the Mets. You don't want to have your entire like 100-win season ruined by DeGrom starting. So like you really want the Mets to just win that division so you can play literally anybody else.
Here's an interesting guy to play Brendan Rodgers. You know, I think he's been up for 2 years now, and he hasn't done really anything. He's been injured a lot.
No, just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, no. That's another one. He was super highly regarded. People thought he was
top 10 prospect.
He was on the same level as Story for a while, and they were like, "Oh, we have these 2 shortstop guys. Yeah, we'll move Rodgers to second. We can have this dynamic middle infield of the future." And yeah, Rodgers has definitely not panned out to what was once thought of him. That is for sure.
I mean, it's really tough to compete in Colorado. I mean, the pitching is so feast or famine every year because it's just the elevation.
Yeah.
And then when you go on the road, you have to adjust again. So it's like,
yeah,
it's hard. It's hard to pitch
people
there.
talk. Yeah, people talk about like the Colorado effect for the hitters. You know, it's like obviously their numbers are inflated.
It's even harder for the pitching.
But you forget about the fact that it's the most difficult to hit on the road when you're playing your home games in Colorado because of the way the ball moves and all that. Mm-hmm.
They should just put what if they put Colorado in a dome stadium? Would that fix it?
No, I don't think it would.
I don't think it would.
Yeah.
I don't think it would. Especially just again, the gaps are so big there. That outfield is so huge. Like people, like you said, people obviously the thin air. People talk about how it's easy to drive the ball out there, but really one of the big reasons the Coors effect is for just gappers and doubles, just because of how insanely big that outfield.
Yeah, what if you put it in a dome and just filled it with artificial air?
That was a random thought that came in my head.
Why would you not just simply fill it with fake air? I don't know.
That's a random thought that came in my head. Would that change anything? I don't know.
Yeah, it would probably help change it a little bit, but again, the outfield, the size of the outfield doesn't change.
Sox got no hitter going on. I didn't realize that.
Really?
Combined no hitter. The Sox do have a combined no hitter.
Yeah, man, that Rockies.
Gio had a walk, so it's not, but it's still a combined no hitter.
Is Kopech going today?
No, I didn't see him on the list. I don't know when he's going to go.
Man.
Is he coming out of the pen to start the year?
Yeah, he's starting the year in the pen.
That's the plan.
But I think he's going to pitch well enough to work his way into the rotation. He's just too talented.
He is damn good.
I think he will too. That fifth starter spot's going to be a revolving door. I think it will be real down to start, but it's not going to be the same time every fifth day. It's going to change.
Yeah, Raylo will get his chance. I think Crochet's going to stay in the bullpen the entire year. Just because
I think that'll happen
last year. And I think he was so good in the bullpen last year. It's like, why risk it? What if he's not as good over 5 innings?
Right.
I mean, their plan is to make him into a starter, but he didn't really start in Tennessee. It's going to be a risky movement for him to be a starter. I mean, he could easily be a Josh Hader coming in that, but I just don't want them to overuse him. But they have enough depth in that bullpen where they don't have to overuse him.
I would love to see, I think they've talked about a Kopech and Crochet, piggyback start, 3 innings for Kopech, 3 innings for Crochet.
You could do a double header where they both start the game. And you could have them both go 4 innings and then, one, and then, that's to have 2 guys right and the lefty throwing 100 miles per hour each game to start the game. Double header.
I would love to see Kopech right after Dallas Keuchel, the soft tossing lefty.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Hard throwing righty.
Yeah, I still think the Sox have the best bullpen in baseball right now.
I think it's one of the best. The Yankees are up there. The
Dodgers.
They made a lot of good. Yeah, the Dodgers. The Mets.
Mets are solid. Yeah.
I don't think they don't got the upside, I guess, but they got a lot.
I don't know, man. That Phillies bullpen.
I mean, I think that this year
it'll be better.
It'll be the exact opposite. Every bit as bad as it was last year, it'll be that good this year.
Wow, so it's going to be the best bullpen of all time.
I think it could be.
It's going to be the 14 and 15 Royals.
Yes, if they make for prime Wade Davis, and
you want to talk about some of my least favorite teams?
Talk about them.
I cannot stand the 14-15 Royals.
That is one thing. There are very few things I feel like we agree on as a whole,
Right.
as our fandoms lie. That is one of
Hate
them.
that team.
I cannot stand that
They
team.
were so pesky, man. They would steal.
I liked watching that team, man.
Shut up, J. Roy. I don't care. Okay?
Terrence Gore is the most annoying baseball player ever.
Gerard Dyson. Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
yeah. White Sox legend, Gerard Dyson.
That team, man. It was so frustrating being a fan of, like, what was widely considered to be a top 3, probably, at least top 5 offense in the sport for, like, half a decade, and then just go up and, like, hey, we didn't win a single ring. We had that rotation and that offense didn't win a single ring. And then the Royals, who just bunt all game. Oh, dude. Okay. I don't slander Omar. That's a go.
Wait, Omar,
Like, the rest of them.
Lorenzo Kane.
Alcides Escobar. Oh, my God.
Oh, my
Alcides
God. I can't
Escobar.
stand that guy.
Hosmer.
Alcides Escobar,
Oh,
2-time All-Star, I think, or at least a 1-time All-Star with like a 620 OPS. He was their leadoff hitter.
He led off the World Series with an inside the park homer off of Matt Harvey.
I could not stand that team.
See, I have a cousin who grew up a Sox fan, and he moved to KC and became a Royals fan. And it was the biggest betrayal ever. And he, during that run, I would talk bad about the Royals. He would like swear at me and get mad at me. I couldn't talk to him because like he'd get pissed at me when I was rooting for the Giants that whole time. He would get pissed at me. I'm like, you left our fan base. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, his dad's a diehard Sox fan.
Disgusting. Rudy says, Scott, it says something about you that Omar Infante is the only player on the team you won't slander. Well, he's like a career Tiger. He's literally, he played for the Tigers for like a decade, so I don't know what.
Yeah, Omar Infante is Mr. Tiger.
All right, let's go down. Let's go down with Mr. Tiger. But
Mickey Cabrera enters the chat.
Al Kaline literally has Mr. Tiger on his Hall of Fame.
That too. Yeah. I was just going current there. I was going current there.
Yeah, Mickey definitely much more so than Omar Infante. Wow, Rudy's really trying to slander Omar Infante. Ridiculous. Omar out Fonte, more like Omar Win Fonte. Put some respect on that man's name, Rudy. Ridiculous. Pitcher's duel, he says. Oh, it's a dog.
Cade McClure.
Funny stat about him: Zobrist hit a bomb off him during the rehab stint. Was coming back from his divorce, and like single A, he like Zobrist was down there with the Cubs minors, and he hit like a bomb off him.
Huh.
I was like,
2019?
Yeah, when he was coming back from his divorce, it was his rehab stint.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
I remember that whole thing.
McClure's gonna he'll be kind of jazzing up the Winks a little bit. So
yeah,
you could see him up here this year. It's kind of weird. He's getting up there in age.
Yeah, these bullpen guys kind of just come out of nowhere. You know, they one big year and then here they come.
I think he's still a starter, but he could probably be in the bullpen if there's no spot for him. Because they're talking about Steve or Lambert all being starters this year. So
I think Jimmy Lambert's a dark horse. He did really good last year. In like the spring training 2.0, he struck out like a bunch of the White Sox hitters. He was good in like 2 innings in the actual season, and I think he's been doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, they plan to have him and Steve are both stretched out. So I mean, they could be a trade piece, but they might want to have him for depth if they need him. So.
If you guys were to acquire someone at the deadline, what position would you even want to bring in?
Oh, starting pitcher.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's going to be weird. Yeah. It's going to be right field starting pitching.
Getting stories.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can maybe right field. Yeah.
We need another like dominant starting pitcher. I think that's what like makes people question the White Sox is Dallas Keuchel and Lance Lynn are like our 2-3.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need like another dominant guy, whether it's Herman Marquez that we just saw earlier, or who else would even be on the block.
Maybe
like Luis Castillo. I don't know, depending on how the Reds do this year. Sonny Gray.
Sure. Yeah, I think another starting pitcher would help you guys a lot for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of talking about this with some other people on Sox Twitter. Like, they just have a lot of faith in their guys. Like they both see Kopech and Crochet as starters. They're going to give Houston a chance. So it really depends how.
Really, Crochet's viewed as a starter? Yeah, long term.
Long term. Not this year though.
They're going Chris. They're basically using this year about the Chris Sale year, like 2011, where he's rookie in the pen.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're going to give them every chance to break rotation. So I don't. That's why I still don't see a Lance Lynn extension really coming up right now until at least the end of the year. So they're going to give them every chance. So if they really need someone, they really can't waste the opportunity to go into a playoff run. They can't. So they'll make the move if they need to. But
sure.
I do agree. A starter makes no sense.
If you look at like 2005, the White Sox were the best team in baseball going into the trade deadline, and they only got Jeff Blum, a World Series hero, obviously. But I mean, come on, Jeff Blum, like a utility to see what they do this year. Let's say they're in first place in the AL Central, got a decent lead by the trade deadline to see what they do.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Especially with Lord knows you guys, even with all the young talent you still have plenty of talent down there in the minors too. I mean, you could bring in really anybody of any caliber, honestly, if you really wanted to.
Well, it's very top heavy. Like everyone's going to graduate this year. So like the big pieces are going to be like Stever, Thompson, Dahlquist, and then we just brought in Cespedes in the international market. He's going to probably start in Birmingham, and everyone's hoping he's the right field of the future. But we said that about a lot of guys like Rutherford, Adolfo. So we've been waiting for that right field. We've been waiting for that right fielder. We've been waiting for that right fielder for a long time. So
Rutherford's a guy I remember like 3 years ago being really high on, and he was
a first-round pick with the Yankees.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
He was a top 30 prospect when we brought him over.
Yeah.
I was really high on him back 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah.
I think when we got him, we had like 10 top 100 prospects at that point, like in the 17th.
You guys had it was a ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Connor Egan, he's really high on Blake Rutherford.
Yes, Connor Egan is very much a Rutherford stan.
Yeah, I don't think any of these outfield guys are going to pan out like Luis Gonzalez. He was up a little bit last year. Mike Adolfo.
Gonzalez is more of he's like a fourth outfield. He's got a good glove.
Yeah. He's got a really good.
Adolfo's been hurt like nonstop. He actually had Tommy John surgery. Like he's been hurt nonstop.
He's got the biggest upside out of the White Sox outfielders.
He's huge too. Like if you look at him, it looks just like Robert. He's huge.
Oh yeah. He's a specimen.
Yeah, but we've had him since he was 16. Like we've been hearing about him for years. He's 23 now, so he's been around forever.
Yeah, as a White Sox fan, what Robert does this year.
What, Jerry?
I said I'm curious to see what Robert does this year.
Yeah, he looked awful. I mean, he was awful the last month of the season.
He looked really bad at the plate. The thing, it like the silver lining or the saving grace, I guess I should say, is that even with how bad he looked in the plate, he is an unreal defender. Like, unreal.
Yeah, he's even better than Adam Engel. I mean, we had an upgrade, and Adam Engel was a really good defender for us the year before.
Right. He is an unbelievable defender.
Only issue if his defense is like tracking the wall, but that comes with time, getting used to dimensions.
Right, just getting used to every park. Yeah, if he can, I mean, obviously we've been hearing about his ceiling for a while. I mean, if he the thing is with how good, if that defense stays at the level, there's no reason to believe it won't. Like he's gonna be really valuable, even if he's just like a slightly above average hitter, and all signs point to him being more than that as well. Like he really is, the sky's the limit for him.
Y'all think he'll be better than Kyle Lewis long term?
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
This may sound lofty, but when I saw him, I viewed him as Ronald Acuna. But
Robert,
it may sound lofty. I view them as Ronald Acuna. He's got.
Acuna is definitely like the next level, but I think I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he could hit 40 home runs and steal just as much as him.
I 100% agree, but I just think Acuna is I think he's got a way better approach.
I mean,
yes.
They've been. I mean, obviously it's spring training, but they've been talking about him being more patient. He had one at bat where he worked the count really well. I mean, that's the one thing, because Eloy did the same thing, and he was much better last year. He won a Silver Slugger, and he was he hit 290. I think he would have hit over 300 if he didn't miss the last week of the season. And
the problem with like changing your approach is, like, if you remember, Yoan Moncada was like super passive in like 2017 or whatever, and then 2018, and then he like got a lot more aggressive and he broke out in 2019. So with some of those guys, it's like you get away from what your natural tendencies are, and then you're like way worse. So it's gonna be interesting to see like what he does this year.
Yeah, if he doesn't even have to be like a crazy OBP guy for him to be incredibly valuable. Like if he just brings the power and plays that defense, he'll be an unbelievably valuable player in this league for a long time. Anything more than that is icing on the cake from then on. Like he's
I could see him being like a 4-win player every year.
For sure, yeah.
Like with like a 850 OPS.
Yeah.
Like he could have like a 500 slugging and like a 330 on base, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that with that defense will make him a super valuable player. Yeah.
I'm actually much higher on Eloy Jimenez offensively.
Really?
Yeah.
Power wise, that's fair. He can easily hit 50 bombs. He doesn't run into a wall again.
He's a much better contact hitter too, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Eloy could hit 330 homers every year, even 40 homers every year.
Eloy's a hell of a defender.
Our hitting coach used him as a 330 hitter.
I could see that too. I mean,
it's lofty, but yeah.
330?
That's what Mendiquino said, 330.
I don't know about that.
I think he got like
I don't know about that.
I think he got like 70 grades on the bat. When he
you see him hitting a lot more doubles now. So
yeah,
he was grounding out in 2019. He grounded out a ton.
So the other thing is, like, how long does it take for him to be a career DH? Because like he's one of the worst defenders I've ever laid my eyes on.
He's not going to be a DH until at least 2023, because Abreu's here for another year after this. Vaughn's here, and I don't think Abreu just going to. He might be like Miracle, where he just gets deals way past. He just gets deals, and
Abreu wants to play in the field, and he said that before. He does not want to DH.
The way he talks about Vaughn, he'll let him play first base like 40, 50 games this year. Mm-hmm. He likes the kid a lot, so he'll let him play first base.
Kind of like what they did with Yonder Alonso, kind of like that, similar usage at first base DH.
Sure.
Well, yeah, Grandal won't play. Grandal might play like 5 games at first base this year, if that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Like Grandal will play first base as much as Eloy DHs this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, as a White Sox fan, I don't really care about Eloy being an even average defender. I just don't want him to get injured, running into the wall, running into the net, running into somebody else.
Running into something.
he keeps saying he's working on it with Mo, the first base coach, but even last week, I saw him misjudge a carom off the wall horribly. And he went like 2 games ago, he went a big triple.
really bad defender. Like I think he's
slow out there too. Like, he takes forever to get to the ball.
He doesn't have a good arm either. Like, he's just not a.
He'll surprise you. He's
not
made some
good.
good plays with his arm before.
Really
He'll surprise you, but most of the time he's horrible out there.
It's bad, man. It's really bad. Like and honestly, that might help raise Robert's value. Just be that, like, he got asked to play like left center too, along with just like his normal position, just because of how bad Eloy is. Like, yeah. Did J. Roy just leave again? What is this kid doing?
Like, Robert would cut in front of everybody to catch the ball.
Right.
But he pissed off Bizarro. He pissed off Bizarro that one time.
Oh, hey, J. Roy, nice of you to join us.
Why does this keep happening?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
All right, well, I'm back.
Thank goodness.
Finally got a run scored in this game.
Literally.
Hey, Jordan, do you watch like the White Sox pre and post game live?
I try to.
Do you know who J. Roy sounds like? Scott Podsednik. Doesn't he sound just like him?
He
Scotty Pod, baby.
Yeah.
He wasn't on in the second half though. He stopped showing up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I sound like Scott Podsednik.
Yeah, dude, you sound just like him, man. You gotta listen to him.
I never looked at that.
They would have him
One
on
home run World Series. Let's go.
Like, they would have him on, and he wasn't there with them. He would come on like Zoom and like talk like in his office.
Yeah.
The Scott Podsednik World Series home run is the legend.
It was mostly Ozzy and Frank doing it, and doing it with Garfin.
Yeah, Scotty Potts is my favorite player when I was like 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, man. I
wore the number 22 because of him.
I'll give you one of my favorites. I think Scott will love this one.
Hold on, so you were the only Scott Podsednik stan in the world.
One of my favorite players growing up was Mags.
Maglio?
Yeah, Detroit Tigers and White Sox.
Okay, Maglio I liked a lot.
I was so pissed when we couldn't keep him. I was so mad.
I was really happy. So
Maglio was the man.
See, I'm an older Sox fan, so I remember players like that.
Yeah, I don't remember Mags with the White Sox. I remember him with the Tigers.
The Tigers march to the World Series.
Yeah, he hit the right in 2006.
Like I loved Mags. I loved Carlos Lee. Like, I was pissed when they traded Carlos Lee for Podsednik too. Like, I was like, come on, this guy's gonna hit like 40 bombs at the Brewers. But he was an awful defender.
Mm-hmm.
But he just raked.
They had Jose Valentin, Bartolo Colon even.
Bartolo.
I don't even remember. Bartolo Colon was with the White Sox in like 2010. I have like no memory of that.
08 and 09, he was there too.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what it was. I just looked him up. He's 47 and he's still playing. Or still trying to play.
He's playing in the Mexican League right now, and they play like in like chain link fences. They don't play. I saw a video like this looks like a actual park, a kids park.
We had a lot of people for the winter. A lot of Tigers prospects went down and played in the Mexican League. And yeah, the level of play is not incredibly high down there, but at least it's baseball. So,
no, yeah, a lot of Eloy would play in Dominican League. Mercedes was playing in Dominican League. I mean, we have a program too, so
yeah, for sure. What would you guys say? Okay, so I think it's probably consensus the White Sox like the up and coming team in that division. If you're looking at the next 5 years, let's say, what's the other team in that? What team in that division? And this is not me baiting you for anything.
Tigers. I think I know where you're going.
Like I think this team is like the Tigers rebuild is a joke, honestly. Is there any team that you are like genuinely worried about, like Like,
Tigers.
hey, the Twins might stick around. Like, is it really the Tigers for real?
Yes.
Yeah, Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson are just unbelievable hitters. I think they're both going to be 30, 100 type bats. And your rotation, your rotation reminds me of like what the White Sox had a couple years ago. So like, not all of those guys are going to pan out, but one or two of them are probably going to be really good.
Yeah, it's going to come down to whether our owner stops being cheap.
Did you guys take a really good pitcher in the draft this year too?
We took this year's draft. We took all hitters across the board.
I think of somebody else. Sorry, I think of somebody. I think of the Royals. I think the Royals took a good pitcher or something.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Asa Lacy.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. Yeah,
the Royals. See, you guys are young, but for me, the Royals. Between Witt's going to come up soon. They already had a really good offseason this year. That they have a stable of pitching coming up.
Yeah, see, the problem with the Royals is other than Witt, they don't have really any good offensive prospects.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, but they still have some guys right now. I mean, Whit Merrifield's younger than you think, and Dozier's got a big extension, but he's okay.
Yeah, they don't have any like elite talent. I don't think any of the guys on their current roster are going to be there when they're contending again offensively.
I feel like Whit Merrifield's older than.
I just want to
go back to that. He's like 30.
Is he like 20?
But
I think he's like mid. He's like late 20s.
No, he's like 29, 30, bro.
He's 32.
Yeah, 32. Bro. He's definitely not younger than you think.
That dude's gonna have to hang him up soon.
Exactly.
I thought he was younger.
It's just because he was one of those weird dudes that made his rookie year was like his age 27 season or something.
Yeah, I think he was a grinder. Like I don't think he was ever a prospect.
Yeah, for sure. And then he OPS's freaking 1900 against the Tigers in his career. Ridiculous. Rudy says, "Okay, I'm not joking. Mondesi will still be around."
Okay, come on now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the Royals are still headed in a really good direction. Our rebuild will strictly come down to if we spend money because our top 5 prospects are obviously like 5 in the top 25 is ridiculous, but you're not with the rest of the system. Like there's a huge drop off for starters. It's an incredibly top heavy system. There's a huge drop off after that prospects wise, and there's a legitimate argument that like 23 of the 26 man roster are like not playoff. Don't hold a roster spot on a playoff team. Like this major league team is still so unbelievably terrible. So like it's really gonna even if all 5 of them turn out, currently looking ahead, you'd be surrounding them with literally nothing. So it's really our rebuild is going to completely come down to if ownership will spend this offseason and next offseason because we have nothing besides our top 5 prospects, minor league and major league together. It's those 5 and nothing else really. So
yeah, and even then they're probably getting shipped soon. So
okay, J. Roy, let's calm down. To the Phillies for Scott Kingery.
That's what I
heard. I think the Twins will be around for the next couple of years, but honestly, I don't. Like 5 years from now, I don't see the Twins as like a team that's still around.
They've never been like they were never like rebuilding, like fully rebuilding. Right. And like Royce Lewis obviously just tore his ACL, and like he was one of those guys where I think his debut year was really good, and then 2019 Kirilloff was like similar.
Yeah,
for sure.
I hear don't you not like Kirilloff, Andrew? Think he sucks?
No, he's a really good hitter. But he was like a top 10 prospect, like 2 or 3 years ago, and then he's not as highly rated anymore.
Yeah.
I the Twins pitching is like, I mean, Barrios is he's okay,
good.
but he's not an ace.
Yeah, he's never taken that next step.
Pineda's okay, and then like Dobnik, who's the other starter they have that's really good. It's okay. Oh,
Maeda.
Yeah, Maeda, but he's up there. He's not getting any younger. I think they're good now, but I just don't like long term.
Yeah, Maeda had a really good year that kind of came out of nowhere last year.
Yeah, he had an insane year. They're just one of those teams where I'm looking at the future, the Tigers, and I'm like, hey, like what teams do I have to be worried about? Like I think by the time the Tigers are good again, the Twins will not be really relevant anymore.
Yeah, the problem with the Twins is they pretty much have to develop pitching or trade for it because no one's going to want to sign, to play in Minnesota because of the weather there.
Yeah,
they're already, they're not even a big market team.
For sure. Cleveland is also refusal to spend, but as long as their pitching factory stays up and running,
their payroll is so low.
Yeah, they just refuse to pay literally anyone.
Like $30 million. Like their payrolls, they're in that tier where it's like three or four teams that's being paid, that's paying more than Trevor Bauer's salary.
Right. Yeah, they're in there. Yep.
What do you guys want the Cleveland baseball team to change their name to?
Spiders.
I want it to be the Naps. Back in the 1900s, Annapolis way.
The what?
The Cleveland Naps. They were like the Cleveland Naps for like 10 years or something like that back in like 1910.
Yeah.
I think I heard of that, but this sounds Naps? Naps?
Yeah, named after Napoleon Lajoie. I think that's how you say it.
I think I heard of that, but I forgot about that.
There's like 80 different prononciations of his name. Yeah, but
he's one of the best players of all time.
For sure.
I think I heard about that. I just forgot about that. My dad know that crazy.
I still want the Spiders.
Yeah, I think the Spiders. I think it's going to be the Spiders. The Rockers, maybe something to do with like rock and roll with the Hall of Fame there.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's actually good.
Yeah, you could definitely make a cool logo out of that with a guitar, similar to like what their All-Star Game logo was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Cleveland. I had a crazy story that I don't know if I should tell it. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I had a real experience at the stadium when I went to a Indians Sox game there. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know if I should really tell the story. I mean, it's not like.
I mean, you can go ahead. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna piss anybody off.
Okay, all right. So,
Wise is listening.
It's Father's Day weekend. I went with my dad. We were doing a trip there, and like I see this guy put a phone under a girl's skirt, like this, and I'm like. And legit, he puts the phone under the girl's skirt. I'm like, what the heck? And I was hoping like the security would catch him. They caught him. But I was like, it was the most disgusting thing I ever saw. The boyfriend saw it, tried to kill the guy.
I would imagine.
Wow.
Like God, it was right when
the pride of Cleveland.
Right when the Cavs were about to beat the Warriors, and after their success of their like 73-win season.
You won lead.
You had to throw that in there, huh?
It was the most bizarre thing I saw. Like, it was like this old guy comes out of a phone under a girl's skirt.
Oh, that's whack, man.
Definitely wild. Payne just goes, whoa. Oh, Rudy also says, y'all going to be eating your words big time when Mondesi posts a 120 WRC plus this year for Mondesi, Rudy says. That's an interesting take, Rudy. I don't know about that.
Noted Royals/Cubs fan.
Yeah. Rudy. 120 WRC plus from Mondesi would be something. That would be something. He says I stand by it. Well, you're going to be standing there
for Ryan O'Hearn, but not Mondesi. Come on.
Wow, the Rockies are just having their way with this overrated Sox team. Jeez.
Yeah.
Tyler Johnson's not having a good spring. I mean, I'm a little upset about by that. He was one of the next big bullpen guys to come up this year. He was supposed to. We were confused why he didn't get a chance last year.
Bullpen guys are just so hit or miss. Every year it's like up and down, up and down. Like Ian Hamilton was said to be our closer of the future, and look at him. He's been DFA'd like 3, 4, 5 times. Can't even count.
He had a crazy story. He got hit in the face with a baseball in the dugout. He had a big jaw injury. He also got into a car accident with his girlfriend one time too.
That's awful.
There was a lot of bad luck with that kid. But this kid Tyler Johnson, he's a Team USA player with very, very highly touted. I'm a little surprised he's I'm hoping. Obviously he wasn't going to make the team this year, but he's one of those guys I wanted to have a good spring. So.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think he'll see time this year.
Like him and Birdie are the one guys I wanted to have a good spring. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're really deep in the bullpen thing, as far as like having guys.
I hadn't really heard of Adolfo before this spring, and he's looked okay.
Yeah, he's one of the toolsy kind of guys. High upside, high risk, high reward type of guys.
Yeah, but like I said, he's been really injured. He's been really injured a lot. Like every time he tries to get going, he gets hurt.
Yeah,
but he's huge.
He's a big guy.
If you look at him, he's just as big as Robert and Eloy. He's a big kid.
Right.
But I really don't think I think the big ticker right now is how quickly Cespedes gets used to the hitting against because he put on 15 pounds working out with his brother. So because he wasn't really doing that well with he was okay with Cuba we haven't seen him play for like 2 or 3 years, but I have to see how he adapts to Birmingham and wherever they start him off. But if he hits, he might be on the team. He could be on the team next year. So
sure,
because
as a White Sox fan, it's going to be interesting to see how the White Sox kind of like rebuild this farm system, because I think you mentioned earlier, Jordan. All these guys, the top 4 or 5 prospects for the White Sox are going to graduate this year.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, the White Sox system is probably going to be ranked the worst or second or third worst, whatever. So
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, they're going to have Thompson, Dahlquist, Stever, and like Kelly, if he's still around by the deadline. I'm hoping he's still around. Those are going to be like the top guys in the system.
The problem is they're all high school right-handers, and that's like the riskiest profile.
For sure, big time.
And the White Sox are probably going to have a late first-round pick this year, next year.
I still want them to go. I want them to go prep position player.
Yeah, I think they've dug themselves a hole. Not drafting high school guys, or high school position players. I should say.
They've been scarred since Courtney Hawkins. So
yeah.
So Jerry doesn't like paying top dollar for high school players. I mean that's the thing. They do invest in the Latin market, but they don't get enough of that. Like they'll get like 16, they'll get like 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, but they don't get any 16-year-olds. They don't do enough high school guys at all. So like that's why they can't make these trades for like players, and people get pissed we didn't make a Blake Snell trade, or we didn't make a trade for Musgrove. They get pissed. Like there's a reason. They want these teenagers. They're basically currency now.
Yeah.
They don't want these older prospects that they don't want Blake Rutherford. They don't want these guys.
Hey, look at the Darvish trade. All those guys were, kids still.
Right.
I don't think there was like a single guy that was above the age of 18. So,
Big
I think like a disappointment for the White Sox rebuild so far has been like these, like the Rutherfords, Adolfos, Gonzaleses, even like Luis Basabe, who's with the Giants now. Like none of those guys panned out.
That trade went 3 deep, like 3 players in that.
Right. And the trade pieces this year.
Players in that trade who were like really touted. Basabe, Kopech, and McConnell. All 3 were very highly touted.
For sure.
And Basabe, he couldn't stay healthy either. He broke his hand one year. He couldn't stay healthy at all either. So he was just like Adolfo, where he just could not stay healthy.
Yeah, Basabe had that one good year. He hit a home run off of Hunter Green in the Futures game.
Yeah.
But other than that, he really is, struggled in the minor leagues.
Be wary of Futures game home runs because Profar hit a home run in the Futures game when he was coming up, and
Pete Alonso hit a Futures game home run.
And I was convinced,
Aloy made a right field diving catch from the wall.
Oh yeah,
in right field.
His defensive
highlight. If he's ever going to play, and then he also hit a really high fly ball to in PNC Park, inside of PNC, Petco Park.
Yeah.
Pretty to the Metal Supply Company area.
If we were the 1970s thought process and you would watch Eloy's catch there over the right field wall, you'd probably think he's an amazing defender.
Yes.
He'll make a good play every once in a blue moon, but he'll just make the most horrible plays. He'll surprise you.
There was a catch last year that Baseball Savant had a 20% catch probability. But that was the only one of the season that was good.
Yeah, then he turns around and misses a 97% one, and you're all right, well.
I think Robert's catch where he dove against the world is 8%.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was an amazing catch.
He had one in Comerica that was 9% or something. I remember freaking out. He had one in that Trickles Alley back there in right center field. Peyton also says Scott Blake Griffin to Brooklyn, which I've known for 5 days now. So thanks for trying to hurt me. Literally, he's old news.
Are you guys going to watch the All-Star game tonight?
Dude, I literally didn't know it was even happening until an hour ago. I literally they're not advertising it at all this year. I barely even knew when it was.
I always watch the events, but I don't watch the All-Star game. I'll watch the dunk contest.
See, but they get you this year because they're during.
I think that's smart.
They're at halftime and before the game.
I think that's smart because
as
a casual basketball fan, I wasn't going to watch the All-Star game just because it's boring to me because they don't play defense. But I would watch the Saturday night. Now I might actually watch the All-Star game.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Watch a little bit of Levine. That's true. So.
All right. Any closing words here? I think we're going to wrap up this one. Been going as a website 4 hours strong. Yeah. So solid little thing. We got all of our White Sox takes out of the way in spring, so we don't have to have any for the rest of the season.
Yeah. See y'all next season.
No, this was a really good group minus J. Roy, so that was awesome. Especially with J. Roy just deciding to leave 4 different times.
Not my fault.
He's done with the AL Central talk.
Yes, he's just had it all. This went really well. So very good, very good spring for us too, and definitely got a lot to discuss, especially Scott Kingery talk, which is obviously the most important. So.
Yep.
I think as this gets going, we'll want to get in a little bit more because, us just being, central rivals, we'll want to get in on this more. So.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. No, we'll especially during the regular season. I'm sure you guys will have some prime time games and stuff.
We're on ESPN to start the season, so against, Angels and so.
Yeah, then obviously Angels Digest, so we'll have plenty of people that'll want to help on that one.
We'll get Christian on here. That'll be a war.
That would be an app. People thought this one was going to be a disaster because it was me and you two. Christian and you guys would be an absolute bloodbath. Yes, that would not.
David Fletcher and Madrigal takes who's better.
My God.
Yes. All right. I think that's going to do it. Thank you for tuning in. We'll have more of these in the spring, obviously. And then, obviously, during the regular season, we'll pick up a lot. Thank you for listening. And peace out. I'm praying that Rudy's at his computer and listening and knows that the broadcast. So, peace.